The theme of the day, Industry Academia Partnership Summit, is aimed to set the roadmap for all of us to understand the insights of industry practices. In this regard, now I take privilege to invite Mr. B. Mallesh Garu, Henotic Group, to present the keynote.
Respected today's chief guest, Professor K. Ramohan Rao Garu, and Principal Dr. Ravi Kumar, Director Ravi Prasad, Secretary of the college, and my industry friends have come from the various top companies for today's summit, faculty, students, and ladies and gentlemen. And let me set the context and background of today's summit. So we have been doing these summits since last year. And the last year we started with Industry Academia Summit on Emerging Technologies. And in the February, we had an event on Industry Academia Partnership. There were many companies have come to your campus. And today agenda is on IT Industry Summit on Hiring and Skilling. And let me share the context and background of this. You take any engineering college, predominantly the 90% of students are computer science allied branches, and IT and electronic and communication. However, there are some core branch of engineering like mechanical engineering and electrical engineering, but still everybody wants to get into the IT. So IT is predominantly playing a vital role so that everybody knows it, and most of the colleges, they have a lot of seats in computer science and engineering colleges. So since many of them joining in the computer science and IT field, and naturally these students will expect a jobs and recruitments happening in that particular area. And COVID is quite evident, and it has changed a lot of things with respect to the hiring and skilling of the fresh graduates from the colleges. So I'm in this field since 2004. Almost 20 years I've been working very closely with the industry and academia, students, and academic fraternity. There are a lot of changes. The changes were between 2005 to 2010. It was IT industry was growing in India, and many people used to get a lot of jobs. Between 2010 to 2015, there is different kind of scenario. There are many emerging technologies started in India, like artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, cyber security. It was not only on the coding part. There are some jobs on non-coding or no coding and low coding jobs. And COVID, it is a quite distraction. COVID has given a big lesson to everyone, and most of the software companies have changed their way of doing the things, mostly on the hiring side. And 2022 pass batch and 23 batch, every student used to get a 3 to 4 offers in hand. You can check with your seniors. And 2024 batch, it was a difficult time because most of the companies stopped hiring, and few companies stopped hiring very few jobs. So 2024 pass batch, it was very low. And 2020-25, it looks like very positive. And most of the companies are back to campus recruitment, right from TCS, Infosys, Wipro, Cognizant. And it's a lot of news in the media. And many companies have started, and they wanted to come back to the colleges to hire campus recruitment. So in this context, the job roles, the one is hiring part. The hiring part, the recruitment system, the traditional system, usually companies comes to the colleges. And as per the eligibility criteria, percentage of marks, and no backlogs, they used to conduct an aptitude test. And those people who are successful in the aptitude test, they'll go for technical and GD, HR. And all those people who are successful on these rounds, they used to give an offer and they will be joining the company. And then once you join in the company, there will be a training period, depends upon the project size and level. And you will be trained for 3 to 4 months. And you will also be kept in a bench for some time until you get the project. So this was a traditional system, but in COVID, the things have changed. The company mindset has changed. Their expectation level has changed. And what they are expecting from you now, they're not expecting merely having some educational qualification, percentage of marks, okay, good track of your academics and all. Now, the shift has changed from education to skills. So are you good in coding, programming, and you have experience doing some hands-on projects? So this is how the companies are looking at. And many companies like a product development companies, like you take Microsoft, Google, Adobe, Qualcomm, Walmart, Amazon, these companies are product companies. These companies connect the students in the second year itself. And they give a challenge, hackathon. It is a national level competition where you will be competing with the students of IITs and NITs. And nowadays, jobs are not reserved for any IIT and NIT students. And Dhanekala college students, you can compete with them and stand out in the market. You will be able to get a package of more than 50 lakhs, 60 lakhs, 70 lakhs packages. It is many colleges it's happening. It's not reserved for any private university or IITs and top 50 colleges in India. So it is opportunities given for every student. So this is the one of the change in hiring. Anybody, you are eligible, you can participate in the hackathon, you can take a test on it. This is one hiring pattern changing. And skilling part of it, earlier, if you are good in one language, suppose you are good in Java, C, Python, so that was the skill the company used to look at. But nowadays, companies are looking at the full stack developers. You should be good in front end development, back end development, some database applications, and collaborating all these technologies. You should also have a experience executing a project. Okay, so when you sitting with your technical interviewer, they were asking you what kind of project you did. They're not asking you, do you know Java? No. Using Java, what you did, you explain me. Show me your code, show me your project. It's more they're asking hands-on skills and hands-on working skills. Although you are a student of the college, but their expectation levels are that you have an experience of working on it. So what I request today's speakers, we have speakers from top-notch companies. I request them to talk on the hiring patterns of their companies or an industry, and skills, what skills kind of they are looking at for a product development company or non-product development company and IT services companies. So we are trying to get the best companies to your campus, and it is in a practice. And thanks to Director Ravi Prasad sir, it is always very interested to have industry collaboration, industry engagement, industry constant interface with the students. So therefore, students will be getting lot of knowledge from the industry speakers, so that you will be preparing yourself. And there is no point that you prepare just before interview. I request all the students, you start early. If you are in 2-1 semester, 2-2, or second year or third year, this is the best day to start, best day to learn. Okay, so get insights from the speakers. You keep working on the latest technologies, get prepared yourself and learn, and spend a lot of time on the learning part, and get ready and get job ready and get industry ready. So therefore the future will be yours, and jobs are not reserved for anyone. Jobs are reserved only for the talented. If you are talented, we are very sure that you will be getting a jobs, right? So with that note, I thank the college and my speakers from the corporate industry friends who have accepted our invitation with a short notice. And today we were actually little bit worried about the rains. It was since yesterday night, it was continuously pouring. We would be able to gather the students and how the events goes. But due to God grace, I think everything is got settled. That's what I believe. And thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Wish you all the best. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir, for all your valuable keynote points. Now, I cordially invite Director Sir DK Prasad Garu to share his valuable insights.
Yeah, today's guests and my industry friends. So I am from industry. Remaining all are academics, but I came from Bharat Electronics, and from last 4 years I am in academics. So Mr. Dhawal Doshi, JP Morgan, Mr. Bharat Kumar, Head HR, Finzly India, Mr. Surendra Bhupati, Finzly India, Mr. Lakshmi Reddy, Senior Manager, Software Engineering, Salesforce, Mr. Bharat Tumuluri, Lead Talent Partner, Prolifix, and Priya Pandit, Associate Director, Novartis. I think she is on the way. And all the girls and boys and guests, faculty, principal, dean placement, all of you, good morning to all of you. Today, everybody has told the purpose of this. I will tell you very few words only. I don't want to waste the time because not only you, many of your friends online, they are observing the program here. And I feel definitely it's good because they are lonely at their house. They are without any disturbance from the friends. They can focus fully on the program. One way it is good, though physical presence is not available here. Morning, our guest, Mr. Ramon Dagar and others have lighted the lamp, you have seen. It's like that only. Actually, in a dark area, if you want to set something, you will not be able to get unless light is there. Similarly, you are joined here. Okay, we are teaching you a lot of things. You are learning a lot of subject in your discipline. You may get 8, 9 CGP, but to reach your goal, to fix your goal, you require some sort of enlightenment. So all our guests, my guest friends from industry are there to give that enlightenment to you. So please take it seriously and work on that. It's like our friends, another example, in our drone area, when the AP Electricity Board asked for to develop a drone-based product to check the, hot areas or sparks or something on the electrical poles. Normally, physically, everybody has to climb, see and come down and rectify. It's very humanly impossible. Whereas we have developed a thing, a camera-based drone, just flies, observes, and on time, real time, it transmits. So like that, similarly, like when Google Maps were not there, those days, if you have to find out an address, we have to seek the advice of so many people. Some people used to mislead, some people never used to respond. So when Google has come, somebody sends you a location, easily you're able to reach there. Similarly, they are giving locations to you, different locations, how to reach, where to reach. About the success, Mr. Malesh was telling, you can also achieve a package of 60 lakhs. No, I'm not accepting. It should be 1 crore. Last time itself, I have, okay, 1 crore. You should have that aim to achieve a 1 crore package. I think second year students also are there, first year students also are there. Definitely, I feel some of you will be able to get 1 crore. That is my vision about you. Similarly, similar thought of things we will arrange in future also, but you should get serious about that. You should note down, you should follow. Today program should be a rudder for you forever to travel in this. Next 4 years, your academic sea. With this, I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your best wishes. Now, I invite Mr. Dhaval Doshi, Assistant Vice President, JP Morgan Chase, Mumbai, to address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. That's one rule of job in the industry. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. One rule in the industry. This was my first day at job. We don't call anyone sir. We address them by name. That's what you'll experience the moment you join corporate as well, because that's the confidence you bring to the table. You're not inferior to anyone. It's all your skills and what you bring to the table matters, right? So remember that on the first day of your job as well. I remember this because I was reporting to this one person called Rajkumar, who's kind of my mentor even today. He was at the age of 50 plus. Oh, okay, no worries. I'll just wait. No worries.
Mr. Dhaval Doshi, a graduate in Electronics and Communication Engineering from Manipur Institute of Technology during 2012 to 2016, is a business intelligence specialist with expertise in diagnostic, descriptive, and prescriptive data analytics and automation across industry, domains of investment banking, operations, asset and wealth management, FMCG and e-commerce, real estate, facility management. Mr. Doshi has 8 years of professional experience as an individual contributor and project management with technology abilities like Alteryx, Tableau, SQL, NIME and BASIC, Python, Power BI. Currently, he is working as the Assistant Vice President at JP Morgan Chase and Company, Mumbai from June 2022 to till date and put up 2 years, 3 months service. He acted as the Business Intelligence Specialist from September 2020 to May 2022 and Business Intelligence Associate for 6 months, during May 2019 to October 2029. Before JP Morgan and Chase, Mr. Dhaval was associated with JLL, Mumbai Times, Jones Lang. LaSalle is a global real estate services company, founded in the United Kingdom with offices in 80 countries. Mr. Doshi also acted as Manager IT Consumer Marketing for Procter & Gamble at Mumbai for 11 months. Mr. Dhaval was associated with Goldman Sachs, Bangalore for 3 years, 4 months as Senior Business Analyst.
Thank you so much for the warm introduction. I guess it gives you a flavor of the different firms that I've been at. And that is something I like to cover when I talk to you guys about it as well. So this is just remember that what skills you bring in is what defines you as the person at the end of the day. There are a couple of things I'd like to address in today's session. I'd like to start with some of the important things about how Professor Rao also mentioned about unlearning and learning. And we'll talk a bit about that as well. So let's start with something basic. In 1850, we had the first industrial revolution in India. In 1960, we had the Green Revolution in India. In 1970s, we had the White Revolution in India. In 2000s, we had the dot-com bubble. In 2010, the data revolution. Now we are in the AI revolution age. He mentioned something called as generational gap. You can clearly see the number of years of difference that has changed massively in these revolutions. People have become cognizant of the skills that are required to be updated in the market. You no longer are just a person out there with a degree from X college or Y college. You're all about what you bring to the table, right? And that's what we are going to talk about at length today. I'll be focusing more on the data analytics side of the industry. This is going to be a challenging topic because it kind of is a misnomer around some of the important facts. I'll ask the AV team to go to the next slide because that's the first thing that I want to cover today. Sorry. Just go to the next slide. I have just 2 slides. Just go to the next. It's okay. It's okay. No worries. It's okay. While we wait for our partners to come up with the next slide, the first important thing that I wanted to talk about in today's session is going to be about, yeah, this is exactly the thing. Data analytics is not just computer science or IT. I myself am an electronics graduate, as you would have heard in my introduction from before. So the first important thing is this, and This is something I want to address very specifically because there are many I would say non-computer science branches also out here. People in computer science who don't want to adapt with just coding. Right? That's not something that they want to make their careers in. So for those people out there, there are many, many, many roles in data analytics which are low code, which are no code rules. And that's what I want to bring this topic to. Why is this important? Companies which I've been at primarily have verticals in data science, data analytics that have coding, but the mass of the company uses low code and no code tools. And you might think, is it just probably one company? Is it just the company I'm currently working at? Is it just a part of the company that I'm currently working at? Not really. Any sector you go to, medical sciences, the first thing that you'll hear about is any research that is happening. Data analytics is going to sit at the core of that research. So for such things, the first thing that comes into mind when you talk about data analytics nowadays is data visualization, Python, or something of that sort, right? So when you're talking about data visualization, the commonly used tools like Tableau, Power BI come to your mind. And these are some of the important things and skills which you don't need to actually wait for your graduation to start picking up. A lot of students nowadays, what they do is when they are in the second year, they use some of these tools. These tools have their student licenses available. They go ahead and start creating portfolios on that. The industry is changing towards a direction, for example, towards the Western world side of things, where you're no longer only dependent on your college placements to get a job. You might as well not start with a great offer at the start of the career. It doesn't necessarily mean that the career is ended at that point. From the second year also, you can repivot back into any industry that you want. One of the very good examples is in my previous role at John Slang Lassell, in my team of 14 people, none of those were from computer science background, and all were doing data analytics and Python in data science. A few of the people were from B Farm. A couple of people had done law. So not even engineering close to that. It's all about the analytical mindsets that you can actually build. And that's the first thing that I'm going to talk at length about. When it comes to data analytics, it's not just computer science. At computer science, the first thing you learn is object-oriented programming, loops. But in data analytics, you're reading the entire data set at first, and then you're going to run loops at probably the end just to find out anomalies and prescriptive analytics and descriptive analytics. So what you really need to understand here is it doesn't necessarily need you to even complete your graduations to start building your portfolio in analytics. What I do as a student, and you trust me, I sometimes feel envious of you guys because you have such a great exposure right now. At times when I go back home, when I'm discussing with my family, the things that I could have paid attention a little more as a student in engineering would have dragged me way ahead. There are so many talks like this that used to happen during my college also. I would think of it, why do I need to attend it? It's probably in the morning. It's not something I want to take care of. I want to just have my leisure sleep. It's a Saturday morning. Why do I need to go up and wake up and do that? But just this one thing, like think about it. Even if a single student goes back from here, creates a portfolio on Tableau, and then goes to a company like, let's say, JP Morgan tomorrow, or goes to a company like Goldman Sachs or Nomura or UBS, any of the finance companies, and they say, I have a Tableau visualization portfolio. Before even taking my interview, you look at this. They know exactly what you're bringing to the table. They can ask you those pointed questions, right? When you're talking about analytics, they'll talk to you about descriptive analytics because probably what you've done is shown what's already happened in the past. In that interview, when you can bring along with that your Python skills, imagine the amount of impact you're going to create versus a normal any other person who's not done all of that, right? Because when you're coming fresh out of college, they're expecting you to be just a raw clay which needs to be molded. But if at that moment you can say that you already have direction, the amount of impact you're going to bring is it's unparalleled. Just to give you a little example, because I'm assuming we are all engineers here, so we love a little math. If you put 1% more effort every single day for a year versus a person who's not putting that 1% effort and he's doing consistently the same, you'll be 36 times better than that. If anyone wants to quickly check in their calculators, just do a simple math of 1.01 raised to 365. They'll give you a number close to 37.78 versus a person who's not doing anything extra is at 1. But you know what's the worst? The person who's doing 1% lesser, because they're probably wasting time, as Professor Rao said, you're at 0.99 every day. At the year end, you're going to be at 0.025. So you'll be at 0.02 compared to the person who's doing the same, and you'll be 37 times lesser than the person who's actually done 1% more. So what I'm asking you, go back today, Just pick up any tool. There will be some of the tools that I'll be talking about also. Just pick up any tool you want. There are a lot of free learning courses available on YouTube, on those tool planning platforms also. I'll be also sharing with you and probably your professors as well, how you could get access to these tools. All of these are completely free for students, first of all. For industrial professionals, these are going to be $7,000 a year. So imagine the amount of exposure you're getting to these tools much earlier in your career. And these are low code tools. So it doesn't necessarily mean you have to be really sharp at your coding skills. Imagine if you're not good at Python, no worries, you can still pick it up. And when I say low code, literally low code, the best you can possibly do in those tools is switch cases and if else. So if I'm pretty sure here everyone knows what if else is. Is there anyone here who still get confused in if else? No harm. I used to do that the same. I'm an electronics student. Many people don't understand if else. There was a very common joke out there in the market for this. So there's this one common joke. I like to quote that joke. A friend of mine had asked me, I'm going to the market. Do you need anything from the market? So I say, yeah, get me some apples. Get me 2 apples. He says, okay. And then I stop him while he's going outside the door. I say, if there are bananas, get me 10. So he comes back and he gets me 10 apples. Why? Because the only thing I told him is, if there are bananas, get me 10. So he assumed that it was all talk about the apples. That's how if and else works. Very simple. It's not smart. It's not rocket science. Coming back to the topic, you would have realized about AI revolution. I'm pretty sure everyone's aware of ChatGPT. If in case you are not, you should already be aware of it. What's the way to access it? Go ahead, open your phones, use that. The best way with that is, I recently encountered an interview, and you'll be surprised at this. The person who had come up in the interview was interviewing with me for data analytics. And he asked me a simple question. Why do I need to know Python coding? I can just open up ChatGPT and learn it during the example or the exercise that you're going to give me. All I need to know about is how do I make the business insights possible? And that's the amount of confidence that person brings to the table. It makes sense. Why? Because your soft skills are equally important. So just your technical skills alone will not take you anywhere, right? Can we move to the next slide, please? Next slide, please. Yeah. So with that, I like to take a jump into what are the different type of roles when it comes to data analytics. When they call data analyst as a job profile on LinkedIn, it's not actually one role. It's one of these 5 or probably 6 more roles that they club together and call it as a data analyst. And your usual expectation in India is a person needs to know all of them, or you need to be really skilled in one of these, right? So what are these different roles and what are the different expectations from some of these different roles? That's something I'm going to stress a little more about. So data engineering is more about pipeline building. So, and why am I telling you all this right now? If someone's aligned to a particular line of things that they like to do, like not everyone's expected to learn and be excelling at SQL, right? But if in your course journey, while you were learning, if you really like SQL, if you really like those ETLs, if you like building those pipelines, if you think your code was more efficient, that's where data engineering could really help you. Why? Because the world needs it. Data is the new oil. You know, everything, everyone's talking about big data. Data engineering is really an upcoming thing. Now, when I talk about this, do you still require a lot of coding? To an extent, I would say SQL is something that you shouldn't give up on, because the market still currently looks up at it. But what can make up for that SQL coding? Some low-code tools like Alteryx and 9. What do? They give you an interface where you don't even have to write select queries. All you have to do is select the columns that you actually need with a tick mark. Now think about it, writing those where queries, writing those loops, all of those are just drag and drop tools now for you. Now, all of these tools are available to you at your hand, free, without any licensing cost. Now think about it, if you've done these certifications while going to an interview and you've mentioned it in your CV, the amount of impact your CV is going to make to them. If there's a data engineering role and you're going to talk about those tools specifically, it's going to separate you from the crowd. And then it won't matter that whether you're from NIT or whether you're from IIT. Why? Because those tools are relevant to the company at that point. That brand tag IIT is not when you're starting your career. Definitely not. There's a common perception out in the market that people still think that if I've graduated from IIT or NIT, I have an analytical standpoint. But it's not just that. You know, why do HRs prefer IITians, or why do prefer NITians? They prefer the discipline that someone's actually given in. That's the most key important part. They think that those 2 years that they've spent after 10th grade to learn and crack an exam, and then spent another 4 years to excel in that college is what sets them apart. But you can easily break that thought process by showing that you've gone above and beyond your curriculum and you've done something these guys haven't by doing these certifications. And nothing is stopping you to start them even in your second year to the third year. So that's why, if in case you're aligned to a particular pipeline and you like that thing, you could pick up data engineering. Next piece is descriptive analytics. This, I believe, is the simplest form of analytics that anyone can do. In a simple nutshell, what is descriptive analytics? You're describing what's already happened, right? When it was about COVID cases, everyone was making new charts in the dashboard, how many cities, how many states, how many countries have how many cases coming up. That was nothing but descriptive analytics. Why? Because the number of cases had already been registered in the day. So the thing that you're showing about the past and you're displaying it in categorical form, trying to drive insights out of it, that is what descriptive analytics is. A lot of companies focus on this, where they're trying to understand where the underlying problem is. So I have 40 different products out in the market. I want to know which product is doing well in which city. I want to know where should my marketing spends increase. I want to know where should my sales promotion targets should change. All of that would come under descriptive analytics. Now, the best part about both data engineering and descriptive analytics, it's industry agnostic. Whether you are in healthcare, whether you're in product, whether you're in FMCG, whether you're in banking, whether you're in financial services, all the companies are using both these techniques extensively. So you're no longer bound by saying, I want this X company because it's my dream job. And you'd be really surprised. Yesterday, I was just talking to one friend of mine. People keep complaining, and I was jokingly complaining to one of my friends yesterday at the dinner table as well, that TCS is a low paying firm, right? They often complain that. But I just got to know that a friend of mine, and today morning, this is to be honest, because he yesterday interviewed, he got a role for Power BI developer at 33 lakhs at TCS. Now that's an amazing achievement when you think about it. But what is that he's bringing different than all the other Power BI developers? Why could he be getting paid so much when all the other Power BI developers in the market are getting paid 12 to 40? Certifications and the business knowledge. So the buck doesn't stop only at certifications. Your soft skills are going to be very important. Your interpersonal skills are going to be super important. How you talk to people, how you navigate your conversations, how you try and learn and unlearn the businesses is going to be super, super important. One of the common questions people ask me when I am applying for jobs or when I'm conversing with leaders is, you've worked in different verticals. You worked in FMCG, you worked in real estate, you worked in financial services. You probably don't know anything about all of these industries. And I say, okay, maybe I don't know. Maybe I need to learn and unlearn. And that's the process that's going to continuously happen, because that is what is going to derive insight out of me, right? The next thing is going to be predictive analytics. This is the piece where coding cannot be skipped. Why? Because this is the piece where Python becomes important. Both predictive and prescriptive analytics will require you to have this. But there are, again, alternatives for that. What are the alternatives? In low-code tools like Alteryx or Nime, there are toolkits now available to do decision tree modeling. You're no longer required to write a 10-line code also for doing decision tree modeling. All you have to do is just plug and play it. A k-means cluster, great, just go ahead, plug and play. So all these different toolkits that are available to you, they make your life much easier. And why do these people invest in these toolkits? Because companies like mine and companies like other companies in the market want to make these tools publicly available. They don't want that hindrance that a particular person has done computer science or a particular person has done IT or something of that sort. Okay. Next, I'm going to talk quickly about prescriptive analytics. Let's again go back to descriptive. You've now understood that COVID was happening in this particular city. There was a cholera outbreak in UK in the 18th century, and it was a very simple problem to be solved, to be quite honest, because everyone used to think until then cholera was being spread by air. Okay. And this was the first example of how data analytics, by the way, had come into picture. So just pay attention to it a little. Everyone was spotting where deaths are happening because of cholera. And they had just started mapping it out on the map. Only a person who was an hydraulic engineer looked at the map and said, this pump is where the highest number of cholera cases are happening. That's when they came to the conclusion that the pump is actually corroded and it's actually water that is causing cholera. So just because of data analytics, then we were able to stop a massive outbreak and a lot of people's lives could be saved. That is what is exactly prescriptive analytics. You have analyzed the problem and now you're solutioning it. So the thing that Professor Rao was also mentioning earlier, you need to be problem solvers, comes under the prescriptive analytics space. And the last piece is about automation and reporting. Quite a lot of these companies nowadays want a lot of things automated. You would have heard about massive layoffs. You would have heard about massive amounts of automation happening. People are losing their jobs here and there. But who are not scared? The kind of people like us who are going to be upskilled. Why? Because we are ahead of the curve. The moment we upskill ourselves in these tools, you are no longer just a person they can cut down on, because you are the person that's earning more money for them, that's saving more money for them. That these are the skills that they're going to pay attention to. With that, I'd like to quickly take a pause for any questions, and then I'll realign back to the tools that I have. Any questions from the students or panelists or professors?
So you have mentioned quite coding tools which students can learn. Now, learning a tool is not enough. You need to put it into practice. Now, can you suggest few scenarios how they can practice these tools and do their projects on their own so that they will skill themselves?
Definitely. Very, very important point that ma'am brought up here. Learning a tool alone, just certifying it will never be enough. And that's exactly true. So this was the same journey I went myself on. All of these tools that I work on currently are self-taught. Unfortunately, back then YouTube was not rampant, or e-learning courses were not as rampant. But let me take an example for Tableau as a tool. Now, Tableau as a tool has a lot of e-learning platform. So you'll have a lot of videos to go through. You'll have YouTube channels that teach you, right? But that alone is never enough. So what is, as ma'am said, you'll need to solve an example. How do you solve an example? That's when you get involved in the community. The first biggest thing is LinkedIn here. If you do not have a LinkedIn account today, I'm really sorry, you're already behind the curve. I saw a few students actually reached out to me on LinkedIn before I came to the talk today. So they are already ahead of the curve. Think about it. You have, I don't know, probably 400 students and a few watching virtually, and only 5 of them actually reached out to me. So just think about it, that those 5 are already doing something that the other 395 people are not doing. Now that's the difference you're going to make by just having a simple profile. Why? Because probably when I go back, I'm going to remember those 5 people's names. The other people, you're losing out on the opportunity. So the first thing is create that LinkedIn profile. The moment you've learned a tool, put out your certifications out there. Don't stop there. Do a couple of projects. How do you do a couple of projects? There are a lot of free data sets available on Kaggle or many other different websites. You can just download it. For example, Tableau is a tool. Let's say you're learning. Put out your visualizations there. Don't be afraid. The first visualization you're going to put, or anyone in the world is going to put, it's not going to look the best. But that's the best part of the Tableau community, about Alteryx community, about data community as a whole. We always encourage people. In school and colleges, you might have friends that say that, oh, your project looks ugly. But once you enter corporate, it's not professional to say that. So no one will actually say that. So it's more constructive criticism that you'll get towards your work. You'll never be demotivated that your work is not good enough. So don't be afraid at all. Please post your first project out there. Why? Because you're already doing that one thing which rest 1,000 people are not. So that puts you ahead of the curve. I hope that answers your question. Anyone else? Any other questions? Sir has a question.
Nobody has questions? Surprising. Something new, no? We are learning today. Any questions? No? Okay, I'll ask you something.
Okay, sure.
So this, as part of our training, right? Most of us as students, right? Typically, or we tend to focus on Java or programming languages like that. But this is something interesting, right? So you're saying that it's mostly no code or low code. So you talked about analytics. For predictive analytics, you said some Python is needed, right? So how much of Python is needed? Is it as complex as the Java projects that we do, or
Not at all, sir.
not at all?
The best thing about Python is, when I'm pretty sure some of you have already learned that as a part of your course, you would realize it's pretty much like English. It's not something that is rocket science. Even when you're reading someone else's Python code, it's not very difficult to understand. But Some of the things that I'm talking specifically in predictive analytics are libraries that are already available in Python, are algorithms that are already available in Python. When you're starting off, when you go at the first day in job as data scientist, no one's asking you to build an algorithm because no one will trust you to have that business knowledge. You might think, oh, I don't know Python enough to build the biggest algorithm on the first day of my job. You wouldn't be able to, because even the best model that you bring, let's assume you have 98% accuracy on the model and everyone's clapping, oh, I've built the best model. The first thing you will receive from your stakeholder who's actually asked you to build the model is, what do you understand about the business? So on your first day of the job, even if you don't know 100% Python, that's not going to stop you. And some recruiters might tell you, oh, you don't know Python enough. But that's the point where you act a little different and say, I can make up by having this kitty of other tools that I have along with Python knowledge that I bring to the table. So that should definitely set you apart.
Any other questions? So in terms of programming, as the respected director sir was saying, we are aiming really big, right? We are talking about 1 crore package, 50 lakh package, whatnot, right? That's for the programming end, data structures, algorithms, programming. So when it comes to no code or low code or data analytics or any of the aspects that you mentioned, can we aim high, that high?
Certainly, why not? I mean, sky is the limit when it comes to things. Again, as I said, what is going to set you apart is in this, it's beautiful, right? It's like solving a problem that Sherlock Holmes is going to solve. If you're watching any web series or something, it's just finding that needle in the haystack when you're actually solving a problem, because what you're solving for is massive amounts of data and you're looking at anomalies. So all you're trying to do is analyze data that is given to you. And you know who does this? Literally everyone does this every day of their job. Simply put, how many people thought about the way they need to dress and come up today? You would have had 10 different parameters to think of. You would have had multiple different scenarios in your mind. Oh, should I wake up at 7:30? Should I wake up at 9:30? Should I wake up at 9? All these are nothing but data points. So you're doing data analytics literally every day. And what they're asking you to do is the same thing at a job and they're paying you for it. So just think about what low code tools bring to you differently. And as sir mentioned, it's not just the end. I would say, I think I mentioned it in my slide also. Data analytics is more a journey. It's not just one single destination. You have multiple different avenues to cover in there. So you shouldn't, and I wouldn't, to be honest, I wouldn't just diminish itself by saying that there's a salary associated with at the start. Let me give you an example, and I'll quote my wife's example here. She started her first job at 3.5 lakh package at Infosys. And when she actually started growing, her second salary within 3 years was at 14 lakhs. Her third salary at the fourth year was 24 lakhs. And today, after 6 years, she's making 42 lakhs. She's doing an amazing job for herself from 3.5. And I'm really proud of her. She comes from a very small town in Punjab. And just think about what business and values does she bring to it. So definitely sky's the limit for it. Hope that helps. Thank you.
Mr. Dhaval Doshi, for sharing your wealth of knowledge on data analytics. Before I invite the Finzly team, I request our technical team to play the AV of Mr. Bharat Kumar and Mr. Surendra Bhupati.
Mr. Bharat Kumar Maya Krishnan is an iconic HR Leadership Award winner by Golden Aim Award, Candle Top 25 HR Influencers, Most Influencers in 2024 by Zobin, EPHRM by IIM Calcutta, HR Leader, HR Analytics Specialist, HR Enthusiast, HRMS Implementation Expert. Mr. Kumar is a HR professional with 17 plus years of in-depth exposure on multicultural employee lifecycle management, employee experience, retentions, and compensations across geos like Canada, US, EMEA, ASEAN, India. Having intensive hands-on experience in IT and ITES industry of various domains including supply chain, insurance, and others. Mr. Bhorath is currently serving as Head of Human Resources at Finzly India, Chennai since March 2022. He worked as Human Resources Senior Manager and later as Director at Mars Tech Info Trellis Chennai from 2017 to 2022. Mr. Kumar was also served at Atos as Associate Manager HR Business Partner during 2015 to 2017 and Sutherland Global Services as Senior Associate Manager HR during 2013 to 2015. He served KGB Credit Services AZ Assistant Manager HR and Perot Systems as Executive HR during 2008 to 2013. He has done many professional certifications like Strategic HR in Modern Times, HR Competences, OKR Certified Practitioner. Mr. Kumar is an alumni of Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta. He has done an executive program in HRM and holds certified HR analytics from Carlton Advanced Management Institute. Mr. Bharath Kumar had completed MBA from Anna University during 2004 to 2006 and bachelor's degree in electrical and electronics engineering from Annamalai University during 2000.
Now I call
Mr. Surendra Bhupati is an experienced IT professional with a demonstrated history of working in the computer software development, skilled in Java, Spring, Hibernate and REST-ful web services. He has been serving Finzly at various positions as lead software engineer, research and development engineer and associate product developer since 2020 to till date. Prior to Finzly, Mr. Surendra served as associate at Cognizant Chennai for 3 years and Quadrant 4 Software Solutions Chennai for 2 years 11 months as software developer. Mr. Bhupathai had done his graduation BT in Computer Science during 2010 to 2014 at Sri Venkateswara Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai.
Now I cordially invite the Finzly team for the presentation.
First of all, thank you so much for this AV. I think I'm going to use it for my interview purpose. It's very detailed. You've given a video, document of my profile. So thank you so much for the institution on this data. Okay. Second, even before getting into the organization or what is necessary for the industry, I would first appreciate you all. I think you should thank yourself or applaud yourself for making yourself available here during this heavy rain. I think the credit goes to you all. So next to the faculty members, I know how difficult it is to handle the same people like us, right? And all the dignitaries who have come here just to ensure that they are sharing their knowledge, because sharing is always caring, right? You keep your knowledge with yourself, nothing is going to help you, right? So that's very important for all of us. Okay, so thank you all for coming. And people who are in online, I think I heard it was 3,000 plus. Wonderful job, all of you. Saturday morning, maybe you guys are not gifted, they would have a budgie in their hand, enjoying rains, listening to music, and then also watching this. Yeah, good job, guys, but still you are here. Okay. So, I will show you what our company is all about, because, I'm impressed with the way your management has trained you guys. So how many of you are second years here? Okay. How many of you are third years? Final years? Okay, they are all. Oh, great. Okay. How many of you think you will get placed as soon as you finish your engineering, or even before you get your engineering degree? My God. I know we are enjoying the session, but are we really sure that we will not get placed? That's it. The weightage is more this side. I'm asking the same question again. How many of you will think that you will get placed before completing your engineering degree? Placement is like you will get a job in a company. How many of you think you will get a job in your company, in any company for that matter? This side raised. Okay. So this is where I wanted to break that level, where you think it's going to be difficult for me to place myself in any organization. First and foremost, I think most of us touch base the same point that you guys are gifted. that your university or college is actually enabling you with a lot of training sessions. In our engineering times, it was only books and we were searching opportunities. I still remember, the slide was saying like I was engineering in 2008, but ideally I finished in 2004. So those are the times I used to carry my project handbook, to each and every company where I'm going for an interview to present them that what I've completed as my project. Nowadays, it's a plight to all of us that companies are coming to colleges to hire me. Okay, jobs at those days where we go to the gate, give our resumes and say, sir, please give me an opportunity if there are any. But now companies are in college gates for us to be hired. Okay, first break your confidence, first don't have that limit that you will not get placed. I'm sure everybody, as rightly pointed out, if you are putting that 37% of efficiency, 1% a day or month, what was it? A day. 1% is not really difficult, I guess. It's just going an extra mile. Okay, I'm sorry, cameraman, if it is difficult for you to move, but that's what I am. I cannot stand in one place. So what I would say is that 1% is nothing. If you ask me honestly, those degrees what I earned is only after college. But I was also a backbencher. I was also enjoying my life. At the same time, I ensured that I put that 1% extra mile every day. Okay, Surendra, my friend who is here with me, he's going to tell you what is very important for you to learn, not read. I'm not going to ask you in campus interviews, nobody asks you what is this Java definition in page number 112, because that's where we've been designed to, Our state education sometimes will make us read more about the books, in grade 10 or 11 or 12 for us to complete. They say, okay, make sure that you are learning every bit of words in the book. But your placements does not help you in that way. So there's a mass difference between learning and reading, right? Learning is, you have seen movies, right? What does it happen? I don't know. See, I'm from Chennai, so I know people watch Vijay movies and all. I can give you examples like that only. Maybe think about a superhero in a movie. When he's talking about any particular project, there'll be a projection immediately about what he's talking as a concept outside, right? And there'll be a background where they will start building what he's thinking about. Say, for example, he talks about a village which is going to get developed into a wonderful IT city. He starts giving you an introduction and then it grows up like anything, where you will see buildings rising suddenly, all cars getting into Mercedes-Benz or cars with big roads. So that's the conceptualization, and that's what is really important. When you enjoy the movie, the same time you should also understand, if you're taking some logics from a book, how is it going to be implemented? How is that going to help you in going through a lot of things? That's more important, right? So those tasks Surendra is going to take care. Okay, I wanted to tell you is, do your best. When you go for an interview, all you need to do is ensure you are taking one particular topic you think you are strong about. Okay, I can be jack of all and master of none. That's not going to help me at all. Jack of all trades and master of none will help me when I grow. I already get into a career where people have hired me for one particular reason. Tomorrow, for me to get promotions, these things help. But right now, I should be mastering at least one, so that I can be confident in what they are asking me and what I'm going to help you with. I'll tell you, there are situations where, I've been into this HR industry for around 18.5 years. So we go to colleges, majorly for campus interviews. You will look their profiles wonderfully. They say, we know Java full stack, I know Python, I know MERN stack, everything will be there. And we'll say, okay, tell me one thing which you really like in this, and let's talk about it. So initially they will say Java, okay? And Surendra, my colleague, starts asking them questions in Java. They say, sir, I think I'm better in Python because I get stuck in Java, right? Okay, Surendra says, okay, fine, let's do Python. He'll give you a problem. Then he says, sir, I think this concept alone, let's go to something else. That's the worst part. Your CV need not be full for you to get a job. Your thoughts and mind has to be full for you to get a job. Okay, be sure on one particular concept. You talk about the concept, that's more important. second important thing, you guys are in second and third years. Internships, right? I hope the college provides you internship opportunities, right? Internships are something which will definitely help you. But when you're doing the internship, do not do it for the certification purpose. Do it for your learning, because those practical learnings will definitely help you to learn a lot of things in the market. What you learn today is not the realistic situation. It will not be idealistic at all. You will not believe, Surendra, when we were boarding the flight, there was a production issue which came in the airport just before boarding. He started something, and when he landed, he had to sit in the airport, finish something, and we had our meeting in the night, after which we came back. He had a call till 2 o'clock in the morning. Life is not that simple. You will definitely have everything, but you should be market ready for everything. Okay? So that is very, very important, which you should learn. The last important thing is, than being a speaker, than being giving a lot of solutions or ideas at early stage of your career, be a listener. Listening skills is very, very important. Okay? If you don't listen, if you don't understand all you need to do is observe. I know sometimes we feel sleepy if we eat pongal in the morning and then go for an internship program. They'll be like, whatever they are trying to tell you, it's going to be like a lullaby and you will start sleeping. But it's okay. You keep your ears open. You try, you don't try, voluntarily those things come inside your head. Right? So try to listen a lot of things. Okay, coming to the project. Please, one request is, don't do the project for the sake of getting your degree. I can give you in writing, irrespective of how many arrears you have, hook or crook, at one point of time, you will definitely clear all your papers, because degree is very, very important for everybody. Right? So you will put your heart and soul somehow, get it done. Why is project really important? Why do you think people have inculcated that as a curriculum inside? That's just because you need to have an industry exposure, right? If I want to do the same, I got my job because I was very confident about my project. I explained what my project was. Okay? That's just because I sat and I worked on the project. That's how I expect all of you. See, I know everybody, you are lucky enough that you will team up in a project. I'm sure it is not sole projects, right? Professors here. Is it like a team up or 4 members? Wonderful. Okay. All you need to do is, if you're not even contributing, listen to what they're doing. Because in most of the campus interviews, the first question after they ask how confident are you in coding language or which language you're confident, the next important thing they try to dig or drill is on your projects, because that will tell you how much interest you're showing in any particular thing. Okay. If I want to do a degree, just to do a degree, it's okay. But if you really wanted to get yourself placed, right, please ensure that you wanted to get into a proper project, learn the project, and then move forward from there. Right? Last question. I'm not going to bore you anything more, because he's ready and he's going to kill me, stating that, hey, I've prepared something, you are taking all my time. So last question to you all is, how many of you love buying a big house or a car, having extravagant? How many of you want to go to US? How many of you? Guys, you are wonderful, man. So I think they are all in nirvana. They don't want to go to US. They don't want to get settled anywhere. They don't want to join any jobs. Wonderful, man. I wish I was like you so that I can go settle in Himalaya, man. Yeah. Oh, so good morning. That's what you're trying to say right now? So college provides breakfast here, sir? How is that? Hostels. You guys are all from hostels? Wow, that I know. So did you guys eat pongal today in the morning by any chance? What was that? Oh, then 100%. Okay, good. So guys, jokes apart, I did tell you what is important for you. Okay, from a HR perspective, what I always wanted is a little zeal on doing what I am doing right now. A little interest, that 1% of extra mile and what I have to do going forward. Okay, I'm going to take another 5 minutes, Surendra, showing them what Finzly is all about, and then we will move into your session. Okay, so Finzly, what is Finzly? Did anybody do a research on what Finzly is all about? Any idea what Finzly is all about? Okay, okay, it's a banking product company. Okay, then okay, so Finzly is again another fintech. Okay, we are again a startup. We started in the year 2012, and our headquarters is in North Carolina, Charlotte. Okay, initially we started with a product called FX, foreign exchange. Okay, and the company's name was not Finzly initially; it was called a Swapstack because our product was exchange of currency. So swapping using technology. That's why it was called a Swapstack. As I told you, it's headquartered in Charlotte, North Carolina. The CEO of the company is Mr. Bhushan Rangachari, somebody who hailed from India, who got settled there in the US. And he did not come from a filthy rich family. Please underline that. His father was a handloom, okay, handloom person who had daily wages every day. He walked to school for 12 miles, not kilometers, 12 miles. He did not even have a shoes to buy. Okay, all he had in his mind was a vision to start something, to grow big, give opportunities to people in India. Okay, that's how he started his career. So then we started growing big. So now we have 2 development centers. They are our GBU, business units. We have 2 development centers, one in Chennai, another one in Pune. Okay, and right now we are more than 160 plus employees. And as you all rightly pointed out, our products are basically into open banking platform. We are also being the highest recognized fintech organization in the US. Okay, so we also have a lot of services and support. So companies, service companies like we've been talking to CTS and Infosys to be our service providers right now. Okay, Finzly also started like how Infosys started, how Microsoft started. It was started in a small shed where 3 people were trying to start the firm, and then we have grown to 170 today, and including US, we are around 250 plus. Okay, one credit I'll talk about my organization is even during layoffs, none of the employees were sent back home. Okay, because our hiring strategies were very, very prominent. Okay, the average life cycle of my employees in my organization, I'm very proud to say, is 3.5 years, which means anybody who joins the organization do not leave at least for 3.5 years inside. Okay, so next slide, please. So as I told you, we are 200 plus employees. Our customer base has increased more than, in fact, 70 right now. So our key clients are shown here. We are also Finovate Award winner. We are the market leaders in US payments. Okay, next slide, sir. Okay, this is our product. So as you all were saying, like we are banking product. There are different products in banking, right? We have foreign exchange. We have bank operating systems. We have cash operating systems. So we develop and serve the community banks in the US. Next slide. A little bit of, we have pressure. We have a lot of work. But at the same time, we also have little life balance. I think Dr. Rao was talking about it, like you should have your own life. And we in Finzly have our own life apart from the work culture, which is really hectic. So these are some which we wanted to show you. The next one. Yeah. Okay, so our core values, which I will leave you to go through later. Next one, please. Okay, so now on the training process flow, see here there are 2 kinds of training. One, through internship training, that is majorly free internship in the recent past just because of the current market trend. If not, it was a paid internship. And we also have a proper campus interview process. So after campus interviews, we have 3 months of training, again an external training, but now, I understood that you guys are market ready. That's the best part we are going to get. So after that, there are evaluations even after the training. You have a product demo, you have a technology demo where the leads and the product owners sit, evaluate you how you're working on with a project given to you. After that, you will be allocated in different products or projects, and you will start working with your seniors. On internship, since you are also autonomous university, I will definitely talk later. We can have an MOU where if people are interested in doing an internship, they can come. But again, right now it's a free internship. Have some vision what you have, sit with us. Your curriculum can be with us, grow with us, and if you're excelling in it, we'll take you inside. We can do something like that. Okay, the next slide, please. So this is the topics which Surendra will talk a lot, and he's got some exercises for you to do. Thanks, guys.
So good afternoon, guys. Good afternoon. Okay.
That's the Upma speaking.
Okay. I need one help from you all. Who all are using your mobiles, right? Just put it down for some at least 10 minutes. Let us interact for more on the technical. Okay. And this is enough. So all are engineering students, right? Okay. What is engineering? Anyone, we can give you a mic. Anyone from the crowd. What is engineering? No, it's not clear. You will get a mic. Mic. What is engineering? You can use the lifeline. You can ask your professors if you want.
Surendra, I guess most of them are forced engineers.
Forced
You know,
engineers.
but still you can try, man. Don't wait for the opportunity. If you want, you can speak up.
I can wait for another 30 seconds. Otherwise, I'll be calling you.
Yeah, I'm sitting at the back. I can find out people. Don't worry.
Okay, I think from here we have.
Designing, testing, and developing of missions using maths and science.
Surendra, get her name. We will hire her. Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. What I can say, right? Designing max, whatever she mentioned, right? Yeah, that's correct. But why? But why? Why I have to do the mathematics? Why I have to do the designing? Why? Anyone from the crowd? Okay, let me fill the gap. Okay, there are problems. Problem in the sense, not the exact the engineering problems. You can take like daily you're waking up at the morning and you're coming to the college by bus or walk, whatever. Okay, so okay, is it fine now? The last. Okay. So daily you're coming to the college, then you're going to your friend's house. So this is your daily activities. Say, okay, you can ask like, this is my daily activity. Where is the problem comes? Okay. So for example, your house is like 10 kilometers away from the college. Okay. So how you will come? Where? Okay. So problem starts there. Like how I will come? So I need a bus. Okay. So for a bus, what are the mechanical knowledge I required? Okay, to operate the informative system, what are the software required? So it starts from there. Okay, so that's what I want to mention. Like there is a each and every place, guys. Okay, so each and every place there is a problem. To solve it, we are doing a engineering work. Okay, engineering we are achieving through mathematics, science, whatever the subject you are mentioning, right? Okay, now you able to get what is engineering. Okay, then let me move on to the next one. So our chief guest, Mr. Rao, told, right, we have to learn to learn. Who all understood that what he is trying to say? First of all, I need to know what is learning, then what is learn to learn. What is learning, first of all? I need one mic there, actually. Because I don't think it's a lecturer. I can give some statement up to 40 minutes and we all can wind up and go for a lunch or break. So I need an interaction from you all. Okay. So what is learning and what I need to do, like how to learn? First of all, what is learning? Okay, if it goes in this way, I will be pinpointing you all who are all I need. So you have to answer it. Okay, I will. What is that? Yeah, that's correct. The boy, right side, first guy. Yeah. You can tell your name and your department, then you can start.
I am Sarath from CSM department.
What is learning?
Uh,
See, why I'm going like this, right? So I'm not going to say or share any rocket science because you are a student now. I don't want to share those things. Even if I share, you will not get what I'm trying to say. Okay. So I want to start with what you know. Okay. Then we can start moving little more to the core part. That's what I'm trying to do. What is learning?
Learning is gaining something from any textbook or something.
Okay. What is studying then?
Sir?
What is studying? Studying.
Studying. Learning from anything.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. You can see.
Thanks.
So learning and studying, it has its own difference. Studying is something you are reading the text. If you just read what is there in the book, that is just a studying. Okay. Learning is how much you are interacting with it, how depth you are going it, how you are applying your real life. Okay. Even it is relevant. Like you can say like how the dam is getting built using cement. So water, those kind of things. But are we really going to the dam and comparing what we read and what is there? Is it really built in that way? So you will know more out in the outside world instead of learning more on the book textbook. Okay, so that is the thing. Now I'm going to help like how to learn, because he told I want to share that the trick, learn how to learn. Okay, so there's a three question that is a very simple question. If you ask in each of your areas, you will know how to learn. Okay, first of all, the first question is, what is that? Okay, any topic. If you take max, what is max? If you take computer science, what is computer science? If you take engineering, what is engineering? Okay, you can go in that way. If you got what is that, then why is that? Because we may know a lot of things, but we may not need everything in our life. Okay, it is all the path which you are choosing. So why is that? Okay, if it really requires in our life or in our path, then go to the third question, how? Because without knowing the fundamentals, you will not apply anything in your life. It may be engineering, it may be your personal aspects or whatever. Hope you are getting, I believe. Okay, so anyone can say what are the three questions which I want you to ask in all of your aspects? Left side, the girl with the water can. Left side. Wha- uh, Next to the specs, left. Yeah, go ahead. I need three questions which I just told a few seconds before to apply in your life. See, guys, I don't want to take a lot of time. I have a lot of speakers behind me. They have more knowledge also. I don't want to miss that too. No, from you? Okay, from anyone. What are the three questions? Okay, okay. So then it's a very simple thing. Plan your day. Okay, don't let others to plan your day. It's the statement is very simple, but if you implement, you will see a major difference, because it's your life you have to live. Don't let others to plan your life, your agenda, whatever. Okay, so these are the things which I want to mention. Let us go to the core part. I heard most of you are Java trained. May can you raise your hands who are the Java trained students here? No one? First, second. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Let me give a high level of what is there in the Java. Okay, there's a OOPS concepts. As I told, we may face a lot of issues while implementing the logics. They do have a different set of logics, ideas. So that is the OOPS concepts. So depends on the problem, we may be applying those concepts in our program way. It is a structural, behavioral, whatever. Okay, it do have its own design pattern. Okay, design pattern is nothing but predefined protocols or predefined rules which you may be applying for uh, in a given problem statement, and you will be producing the result. Okay, okay. Then collection is nothing but as you're saying, like data analytics. Datas are huge right now. We have to handle it, and it's going to be keep on increasing. So to handle those much of data, like a number of datas, we have to go to the collections to handle that. So that is a collection. It has its own like list, maps, set. So those things are there. You may go and check what is actually. I don't want to go more detail on it because even if I say, you will not get the details. Okay. Then as a fresher, let me say what actually market is expecting. Even the speakers already told, like whatever you know, that is fine. You have to apply and show the result. That's what the expectation is. You can say like, I know Java, I know Python, even I know AI or whatever, a lot of things. But have you applied it and have you produced any result? That's what the market is looking for. I want you to focus on those areas and start with. Okay. Again, if you haven't done so far, you can start today itself. Still, you are in the third year, I believe. Okay, third, second. Okay. And our thing is a startup right now. I mean, the startup right now, it is almost 11 to 12 years. The reason I'm saying startup, right? If you go to the bigger MNCs, they have the dedicated team to focus on each and every areas. Even if you want to work on those areas, they will not give you that. They will say like, give me what and all you need, we will do from our end. So that's how it's in the MNCs. You will not maybe focus on all the areas, but in the smaller companies like this, you are allowed to work on the areas which you can learn a lot of areas you will be able to work. Like if you take a simple project, it actually I did from the scratch. I have built everything. It's a pure web application. I have built a UI with Angular and the backend with the Spring Boot. And for communicating UI to service, it's a REST API layer. Then after building all this, do you think is it enough? No, because we have to deliver it and deploy it to somewhere so that client can work on it. So it's again a separate sector, which is DevOps. We will call it as, it's a deployment area where we'll deploy the jars and put it in the cloud, make the users to access it. So this is a complete process. There's a database layer also. So in a smaller companies like this, you will be allowed to work on these areas and you will get more knowledge. But in a MNC, you will have a dedicated team. You will say like, this is my area, my part is over. So you may not able to gain all these things, but if you are keen to know all the things, you can learn everywhere. That's a point which I want to say. Okay. So full stack is nothing but, as I told, like end to end. There's a lot of categories: UI developer, backend developer, DB developer. So a lot of things are there. So full stack is nothing but where you have experience and you have a knowledge on all the aspects. So if you take an application end to end, you should have a knowledge and you should know how it is working and depth of it. And the last point which I want to say, right, in engineering, if you take, we all are the academics toppers. If you think in that way, market definitely won't allow you to work directly. They are looking for a different skill. Okay, even in our campus, we rejected students who are having 9 plus CGP. Okay, and lucky part is, the guy who is having a less CGP, like 6.7 point, we recruited him and he's shining it like a star. So that I want to explain you. Okay. So just where I'm coming to is, just a reading will not help us. Read it, apply it, and produce some result. Tomorrow, if any campus comes in, you can project like, this is the project I did. I have deployed here. My code is in GitHub. This is my web application. Okay. You can go to the AWS and create a free account. Free accounts you can still able to create. You can set up your own server, deploy your things. A lot of things are there. Okay. Hope you are all getting, I think, my dear friends. And let me check if I missed anything. I think you don't want to continue. Should I stop? Yes. Okay, because my friends started clapping, I thought I should leave the stage. Again, that is for leaving the stage. Okay, let me close with the questions. You have any open questions? I need at least 3 questions. Otherwise, I will ask 3 questions. It's up to you. Already time is over, I believe. Okay, okay, questions. I'm expecting more from the teachers because they are seeing you. You people are guiding them. So if you have anything, you can ask me. Should I ask or you will ask?
Sir,
Yeah.
so what are the prerequisites to become an intern, and at which year they can get an internship? So what do you look for an intern? What are the skills?
Okay. To be an intern, like right now, we are not looking for any specific technologies or the core. It is enough for them to come and learn. We ready to provide what and all they want. Okay. And if you ask me which year they want to start, they can start even in the 3rd year. Okay, even in the 3rd year they can start. They can understand what is the industry is and what they're expecting it. Okay, still each and every company, if you go everywhere, there is a mentor for dedicated persons. They will be learn more what they are learning in the academics. In academics they will be just reading the books. I'm not sure how they are applying in a practical thing, but it's a purely practical thing, so they can start even in the 3rd year itself. That's what I can suggest. Technology wise, even if they don't have a knowledge, that is fine, but they should have a keen to learn. That's what I can suggest.
Hi, Surendra. I'm representing the students and I'm asking the questions. What are the observations in the parameters that you have observed? The student with 9 CGPA got not suited for the profile that you have it, whereas the person with the 6.6 CGPA or the 6 CGPA is suited for your profile. So what are the parameters that you consider, so that can you share it to our students? It will be helpful for them to cope up on those points. Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, that I already covered, I believe, because as the student with 9 plus CGP, right? He has a good academic score. Even if we ask anything from the book while he's sleeping, he would be able to explain what and all with the line numbers and all. But I'm asking, like, what is it? That's it. You have read it. It is a statement. That is fine. But what is it? Silence, big silence. You're not able to explain what is that actually. Even if he read at least 1 or 2 lines, if you're able to explain, we are okay with that. He knows hundreds of lines, but without knowing it, not only that market is rejecting them. So that's the reason I told, like, even if you have a 9 plus, we are rejecting the 6 plus. Yeah, 1 second.
See, the simple math is very clear. I can be reading books like anything, and my mind system is based on what I answer. There are no more logics in questions coming to academics. But somebody who is street smart, irrespective of what their scores are, because I'm sorry, but that's how our education system has been designed all the while, that we follow those lines in the books. That's where we get scores. Somebody who's thinking out of box, his scores, because everything is key, right? You look at the key and answer it. But when they think out of box and they start doing the answers, right? That's where people get more scores in the interview process. So when they are smart, when they understand what they are reading, that's where it becomes easy.
So you want a learner, not a reader.
Exactly, 100%.
So as you said, the 3rd year they can join in internship. Along with regular academics, how could they cooperate? How could they cope up with the internship? Just it is a suggestion from you.
Okay, I'll tell you. So we also have another college. We have signed memorandum of understanding. So they are also again, I think you are all autonomous, right? Yes. They are also autonomous, where you have the liberation of setting up your own academic syllabus for those.
Yes.
So what we did there was we chose those students. Their academics were structured along with our institute, our organization's need.
Okay.
So that's how it was structured. So there, time inside our organization was also a credit to them. Their attendance were tagged accordingly, and they were getting attendance marked accordingly. And whatever were necessary, for example, Java or full stack, the front and back end, those were their curriculum, which they had to write in their exams. And that's how the scoring happened. So these kids were allowed to go back to write their exams, and there were evaluations which were sent to the colleges as their scores on observations, and that's how it went through.
Now our first batch autonomous students were in second year, first semester.
Okay.
So we also have a possibility that
Definitely, we are open enough to do that for sure. So all we need is, end of the day, we don't even restrict ourselves for third year. The reason why we say third year is because the first 2 years, in fact, I need not say, but the current crowd, it's also is little blank because major of them are from first years.
Yes,
They really do not know what their platform is going to be. They don't understand more of technology.
actually the audience plan today was third
I
and
know,
final years.
and
due
there is
to-
nothing to complain at all, because I'm so happy that we brought in this particular people, and they are open enough, irrespective of we speak alpha, beta, and gamma to them. They are patient enough to listen to us. So that's the best part. So it is totally understandable, not a problem at all.
Any other questions from the third years and the final years? I think there are some representations from the third year and the final year in this crowd. You need to come up. It's up to you. The platform is yours. And of course, there is no blockage even from the diploma or from the first year or the second year.
Okay. So last thing. So guys, don't miss this opportunity. Your organization, your college is trying to take you to the right path. Don't listen like a lecturer. Okay. Definitely will miss it. Just utilize this at least rest of the day today, and know what is industry and what our people are trying to say it. Okay. So that's what I can suggest. And be interactive. If you keep listening, you will start sleeping. Okay, be interactive. So I think that's it from my end, and thank you so much.
Okay, one last thing, and I'm going to close it right away. I know it is 12:30. Upma is digested, so we have our next lunch, which is going to come up. Okay, nobody in this world is loser. Everybody are winner to the core. You think you're a loser today, you will definitely be successful at one point of time. Okay, people who were called as losers were great scientists who were awarded Nobel Awards as well. Okay, so don't demotivate yourself, don't underestimate yourself. If you think you are only worth it for this, no, you are worth more than millions. Okay, I think the vision of every person should be of what your director was saying. You should aim for 1 CR as your offers. I know we are in first year. We do not know, but I'll tell you guys, he was absolutely right. My son is in grade 9 right now, but he knows what he has to do in next 3-4 years. Gen Zs have crossed. Now we are getting into Gen Alpha. And Gen Alpha is moving towards their goals even before they attain, the graduation. So don't get laid back, because now nobody is going to help you or motivate you unless and until such great institutions help us to move forward. They try to push us. Even in Olympics, did you know that in a running race, one person did not even know that they have reached the finish line. But the person who was coming the second understood that he did not know that he was coming in the first. He pushed him so that he can be the first, and this person. Institutions are like that. They try to help you grow in your ladder and make sure that you are attaining, and they are becoming happy because of that. Professors are also like that. So please use their help. I'm not saying you should not enjoy your life. College, 4 years, or your undergrad or your diploma, you should definitely enjoy, because these are the things which you will carry later. You will repent that, oh my God, I missed my college life right now. You should enjoy at the same time. That extra effort is going to bring you to great heights. So do not underestimate yourself. Think you are the best. Your parents have put in their hard-earned sweat money to bring you to this wonderful institution. Please use that properly and grow. Thank you so much. All the best. Have a wonderful day.
It's a wonderful session. Thanks, Surendra. Good.
Thank you, Finzly team, for the interactive session, Mr. Bharat Kumar and Mr. Surendra Bhupati. And we also thank you for proposing about the MOU. Before I invite Mr. P. Lakshmi Reddy, Senior Manager, Software Engineering, Salesforce, I would request our technical team to play the AV.
Mr. P. Lakshmi Reddy is a Senior Manager Software Engineering at Salesforce, Hyderabad, India. He has 18 years of experience in managing, growing strong teams and building software applications. He has been with Salesforce since March 2024, and prior to that Mr. Reddy had continued as Principal Software Engineering Manager at Microsoft, Hyderabad for 2 years 7 months. Mr. Lakshmi Reddy had also served McAfee, Bangalore as Senior Engineering Manager for 3 years 9 months and Sky High Networks, Bangalore as Technical Architect for 1 year 1 month. Mr. Reddy was associated with VMware as Senior Member of Technical Staff during 2013 to 2016. At Bangalore, he worked as Technical Staff Member at NetApp for 4 years 2 months. Mr. Lakshmi Reddy started his professional career with Hewlett-Packard HP as software engineer during 2005 to 2009. His top skills are Core Java, Java Enterprise Edition and data structures. He has professional certifications to his credit like SCJP. He is the winner of Microsoft Global Hackathon Executive Challenge 2023 and Microsoft Global Hackathon.
Now, I cordially invite Mr. P. Lakshmi Reddy for pivotal contribution.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. It's good to hear the SAR sound, actually. You can tell one more time. Good afternoon. Because in the college, right, I remember when we became second year, right, like when the juniors comes, we ask them, you have to call us SAR only always. So it's good to hear that sound, and I'm happy to see all of you. Actually, like I can see myself in all of you actually. So the innocent faces, and want to go for lunch, but these guys are not leaving, and and then I'm just 30 minutes been. I'm still not open my Instagram. I don't know what is there in my Snapchat. You all just waiting for it. So I can see, and then when Sir asked who wants to go to US, I think all these people are feeling that we want to go to hostel, not the US. So I can completely understand their feelings. So I don't take much time. I'll just share my journey. If that helps you, and if one of you at least want to become like me, I think that's what the goal of my session here. So with that, let me start my session. So the topic here is skilling for product companies. So why I put it that way is, fortunately, I worked from fresher to now all in product-based companies. So I just want to share my journey. And now, when you're joining the freshers in my team or interns, what we look in them. So I'll share my observations. So in your college time itself, if you can do those things, it will help you in career. So next slide. Okay. So I think someone created that AV. I just want to meet them. So because I know they took the LinkedIn profile and read all those things. But instead of that, if someone really spent time and give the voiceover, it would have been even more. I think you would have learned the presentation skills, right? So next time, just take that opportunity and then present it. So it's already covered. I have around 18 years of experience in the industry, and I worked from startup to all MNCs, and now currently working in Salesforce.
as senior engineering manager. Previous to that, I was working in Microsoft as principal engineering manager. So I'll just explain my this is the agenda, and I'll start with my career journey, right? So I'm from Kadapa district from Andhra Pradesh, and I studied till 10th class till in Kadapa district, and then I came to inter in Ongole district, and then in my 10th class my score was 408 marks. So I was very average student, and then moved to inter and intermediate. I felt very bad because they all are above 500 marks. That time it was for 600 marks. And then I felt very bad, like, because I never used to study anything. Whatever it comes, I used to write. So in the college, there was a humiliation, like they were categorizing above 500 to one section, less than 500 to one section. I felt very bad. And then next 1 month, I was a campus first. So it's not about your marks will define you. It's about your willingness, right? Like what, if you feel really bad or if you're really willing, then all your mind, you'll put focus on it and learn, right? So that is my turning point, which gave me confidence that, okay, I also can study. So that's where and then I got into one college, which is Priyadarshini Engineering College in Nellore district. And ours is the first batch, and I'm from electronics background. And then we are the first batch, so we do not have any seniors to rag us, but we ragged all the years, like second year, third year, final year, right? So, and our college, we did not have any campus interviews that time. And I went to Bangalore to job search, and then I searched for 5 months. And then in the off campus, I got a fresher in HP. So there also, many of my friends, my cousins, they helped me to get into HP because they were already working in the industry and they were guiding us. So always like look for a mentor in your friends, cousins, and in your lecturers. And with a lot of gratitude with my lecturers, you don't know value of them when you are in college. But when you go out, you know that they are better than us. So don't look down on them. Just that you know the YouTube or Instagram or just internet knowledge, right? They have the wisdom. So just use that knowledge from the lecturers. So that's how my career journey started with HP as a fresher. And then I moved to NetApp, and then from VMware, and then startups, and finally I'm here. So I'll just share the learnings from my career, right? What I learned overall, right? So you need to be like, once you settle or you just get the job, you don't have to settle. Like you need to continuously learn what is happening in the industry, right? And then collaboration is very important. Collaboration you can start at in your college level itself. You can form with your friends. You form a small team, and then work on some small projects. So the leadership, I'll just share some joke on that leadership. So from your college days itself, you can be a leader, right? So I was a class leader in my BTech, and I'll share how I became a class leader for my class. So we had election, and then we selected one guy as a class leader, and then he was some innocent guy, and everyone used to like complain or scold him, saying that you are not getting this, and I was one of them. So I scolded him left and right, and he went and complained to HOD. And then HOD called me and asked, like, do you know what it takes to be a class leader? Why you scolded him? You want to become class leader? I said, yes, I'll become class leader. That's how I became class leader. And so just these skills, right? You might take very light on if someone comes in the stage and doing small things or preparing some extracurricular activities, but those things will take you to the next level, differentiate you in the career. So be always look for the opportunity. Even your college, your lecturers ask for, can you drive some this event, or can someone present this one idea or something, right? Take that opportunity. That's where you learn a lot of things. And then adaptability. So you need to adapt to the situation, right? Whatever it is. Don't think that I got this only this MZ rank, or I am not, I'm into this college, right? So adapt to the situation and learn about it. So then, so now like for freshers, right? What you need to do, like to get into the good companies or broad-based companies, right? Like start working on open source project. Here, how many people knows about open source projects or open source term? So I'll explain. I'll put it into the small terms, right? So open source is like anyone, if with the necessary skills, right? You can go to the project and then you can go and contribute. So what you'll get it is you'll get the real-time experience. And there is in Microsoft, from our team, we used to contribute to a project called CADA and Dapper. These are open source projects. So if you don't get the internship opportunities, you can directly go to the project. You can register yourself in GitHub, and then you can work on the real-time problems. So there is nothing to pay, but that will add up to your profile. So that is one thing. And then internships, like from your college, if you get in internships, it's good. Nothing like that in the industry, right? But try for apply yourself. You prepare your someone was selling, right? You prepare your LinkedIn profile and apply for the companies. So that's very important. And then problem solving. See, many of the engineers or interns who comes to the college, right? They are good at one thing, problem solving. So that comes with the practice. So here, how many people do the practice in lead code? Or you guys know the lead code? Okay, there is only one hand. Huh? So go and invest in those platforms. Try to take the membership, buy the membership, and try to understand the solutions, right? And then similarly, HackerRank. So these are all the things which will differentiate you, not the college. And then pair programming. This is always I encourage in my team here also in the industry, right? So you work with your friend and then work on small problem. That's where you learn more, because you'll share what you know and your friend will share, and that's where you'll learn more about the pair programming. And so one more thing is, it's not about coding. The important thing is communication. How do you present your idea, right? So those are all very important. You don't have to be very good at English, but you should be good at articulating your ideas. So how do you get it is like the small sample thing, right? You can take, you can ask your lecturers and tell that, sir, I want to present some learning in the class. And then when you're presenting, that's where you learn the actual concept, not when you read it. So just remember this, not when you read, you'll not understand the concept. When you explain to others, that's where you learn it. So use those opportunities and present it, because that's what lacking in the real industry, right? So presentation is very important. So I already covered, but how do you build a portfolio, right? So one is GitHub profile. I don't know how many guys have the GitHub account. Okay, so using that account, now you search for open source projects and go and register and start practicing it. That's the real projects. So now the market is like in your resume, what is your GitHub URL has to be there. So that if someone goes to that URL, there they will know your projects. You don't have to explain anything. And then similarly, LinkedIn profile. I think someone shared that you guys LinkedIn profile, and I started accepting the invites and all. I started getting it. So, and then networking, right? This is very important. Connect with the like industry, who are your seniors who are already in the industry, work with them. And then if you get the mentor, nothing like that. And at the end, in the mentorship, I'll give you an offer. So the final thoughts, right? I don't want to take much time, and always be curious to learn on anything, right? In the college, just be curious, and consistency is the key, right? And then enjoy the journey. That's enjoy the journey means like every day, everything, whatever in your college, going to the classes, and every aspect you enjoy it. And one more thing I want to tell you is, in your college days, have fun. So if I look back, right, the most happiest days or colorful days are the 4 years of engineering. But like when it becomes colorful is if you become successful. If you don't become successful and if you just have fun, people will tell you are useless. So have that thought in your mind that I want to be successful, right? And then have fun. So one thing I just want to offer with the Freedom from Keynote group, right? I'm getting the request from the LinkedIn. So I'll not entertain anyone. Only if someone can write your write-up saying that, sir, this is me, and I'm interested in this, and I want the mentorship or I want the guidance, right? I'm happy to guide max 10 people for 30 minutes each, and it's a free, and it's from Henotic Group. I'm just offering it only for top 10 students who write the good story, saying that, sir, I have this confusion. You split it whatever in your mind. I'm in this stage. I don't know what it takes. I don't know how to express. Or can you give me the guidance of the basic thing? I'm in the first year. I don't know what to do, or I don't know what to become also. Whatever it is, you have your questions, right? I'm happy to give 30 minutes of time for each person, like overall 10 people. And personal time, I'll give some Google Meet or something, and I can share if you have any questions or something, right? I'm happy to mentor. This is only for max 10 people, and don't just send the LinkedIn with your story, like what you want to do, what you are looking for it, right? Because I'm just talking to the one person here who wants to become something, who wants to uplift themselves, or who wants to uplift their family. I'm talking to that one person, and if that one person, if I get it from this crowd, I think that's good enough, and I'm happy to mentor. If I like them in that mentorship, I'm happy to continuously mentor them as well. So with that, thanks everyone. Thanks for having me here. One request, can all of you smile once? It looks like very depressed. Can you all of you smile once? It's fine, just relax. Session is over. We'll all go for lunch. So with that, have fun, guys. And I'm sure that one day here, whoever wants to grow in your career, you'll come to this stage and talk to you. This college or different college, and you'll share your journey as well. With that, all the very best. And yeah, if you have any questions, yeah, great. And someone is asking already, they wants to ask some question. Yeah, I can give the mic.
Hello, sir. So this is Maitri Sri. As they mentioned that in your CV, you are a winner of Global Microsoft Hackathon. Can you share some insights in which our journey can be from participant to the winner?
Sure.
Yes.
Thanks for asking. And first of all, thanks for taking that gut to ask the question, right? That's what it takes. Nothing else. Just you need to express your thought. That's what it takes to be successful, right? So Global Hackathon, right? Why I participated is now there is all AI trend everywhere, open AI, right? I want to learn personally. That's where I build one idea, and Microsoft has some business gap in one, like from the off cloud to on cloud migration. So I combined the business use case with the OpenAI idea. So if you want to become like participate means you have to come with the idea, but if you want to win means it should always have the business value. Like the value, whatever you are trying to solve the problem, what is the end value? Like it's any NGO also you can take, but what is the problem you are trying to solve? You should have business value. And then technology comes next to it, right? So that's what I started with one person, and I formed from 4 or 5 people, and then we are 5 people we participated, and we created like someone created that automatic AV, right? Similarly, it's not that way, but we created 1 minute video, and then overall 2,000 ideas in Microsoft, and ours got first idea in that. So that was my journey. That was just to learn yourself. And it's not the first time. I participated continuously 6 years, and this is the first time I got the like presentation winning, right? So it's always important to participate, not to win, right? Just to learn, right? So the hackathons also, I'm happy to mentor or give ideas for professors how to conduct hackathons, and then give some real-time problems for you to solve. Any other questions?
I just want to add to that.
Yeah.
So when he participated in that hackathon, no, he was with Microsoft, and of course, and he's a friend of mine, and we were going around discussing this in a coffee shop. And he said that some hackathon, it's a worldwide hackathon.
Yeah.
It's a worldwide hackathon. Seattle, which is the headquarters, everywhere. And he, after some time, he came up with some idea. The idea to me, whatever it is, right, it sounded really, really simplistic. It's so, I was surprised when he got that first prize in that category worldwide. I was really surprised. The point I'm trying to make is the idea was really down to earth, but the way I think I probed him after some time, right? I probed him saying, how did they get this idea? It seems so simplistic. It seems, innocuous. How did you get that idea? He said, he observed, right? He observed it from a requirement perspective. See, it did not involve data structures. It did not involve C, C++, compilers, nothing, right? He observed what is happening around, found out that there is a gap, just a small gap in this entire Microsoft or in this entire business enterprise software market. He found a small gap, and he used ChatGPT, I remember, to create some PowerPoints, right? ChatGPT to create some PowerPoints. And then finally, with a team, of course, there is some effort involved. It's not that it's not there. But I felt that it is pure observation, finding the gap, and presenting it. Do you agree with me, Lakshmi? Right? So you don't need any special technology. You don't need any special training. You have to be observant, number one, of what things are needed in the industry. Or, for example, you're not in the industry yet, right? You're in the academic section. Okay. What are the gaps that you can observe? Gaps could be in learning. You could build a product right on that. Gaps could be with respect to communication. For example, there were so many questions that were being asked and not a single answer was coming. It's a gap. It's a gap. What it is, it's a gap. Can we fill it? Can we create a program where, irrespective of the background, can we increase the communication, right? Through whatever. It could be some methodologies. That is where creativity comes in. You know the problem. Since you know the problem, you find the solution to it, right? Any questions you have for him? I'm happy to relay. Yeah, you want.
Sorry, this is also inspired from the previous talk because, sir, you mentioned about GPA also. So in my college, when I was interviewing with Goldman Sachs, it's a well-renowned firm. Everyone looks up to getting placed there. Around 1,200 people had sat for it, and GPAs from 6 to 10, obviously, pretty much everyone. I was at the border because mine was 6.5. And pretty much what in the first interview itself, they said that your college percentage conversion is not at the 10 marking. We're going to change it and we're going to bring the cutoff up to 6.6. But unfortunately, I'd already given the test and scored the highest, and that's why I was allowed at 6.5. Now, during the interviews, the first question asked to me was GPA. But then the immediate following question was asked us how to apply a particular algorithm. And that is what will set you apart. And one thing which sir mentioned, and I really wish I had someone like him giving a speech like this. You have an opportunity from someone who's actually leading out there in the market, killing it. He's worked at multiple different organizations and he's giving free mentorship to all of you. Like, just think about it. All he's asking you is to write up, and you can even use ChatGPT to write that up. All he's asking you is to take that 15-second effort. And imagine what level of dedication he's putting in. And I'm not joking. You know why? Because in my company, I still have to, if in case I need a mentor, I have to wait for 3 months to get a mentorship from a managing director. And that's an insane amount of waiting period. Because by then your career is already moved and you're getting it right now. So please make use of it. And just like him, I'd also like to volunteer if in case, obviously, to my best capacity of mentorship that I can provide. But yeah, for sure, please make use of these opportunities. Thank you.
Thanks. So, any more questions? So, in the interest of students, I have one question. So, very recently, for 2025 pass batch, final year students, we have arranged one campus interview drive. That is Adobe. Adobe's product company, and the package is above 50 lakhs. And some people are registered, but unfortunately, nobody got shortlisted for final round. But we also lining up some product companies like Walmart, Amazon, Microsoft, Zscaler. There are some companies. So we are very successful bringing companies for campus recruitment. But there is some gap. Why the students are unable to crack? What's the problem with these guys? If you could give some insights or advices, so that there are some students in third year and second year, few of them in final year, it might be help them to prepare for the product companies.
Sure, sir. Thanks for asking that question.
Adds to what sir says, I just want to be like more. See, there are students from second year, third year. When they come to second year, they actually aim to be in product-based companies like Microsoft or Salesforce or Adobe, like sir mentioned. But we generally guide them to be strong in data structures and at least one programming language and participate in HackerRank and all this. Now, coming to these open source projects, when you mentioned, like, can you give more detail about like how right from second year onwards, how they can do and how they can go with this all in their career to become a employee of product-based companies?
Sure, madam.
Thank you.
Thanks. I can answer that. So it all takes the willingness, not the data structures or algorithms. Willingness. Do you want to put that effort, right? Because if you really want to put the effort, you will get the mentor or you will get the friend or someone will help. The problem is, at least with these students, like they have a lot of information, but they have a lot of distractions as well. So they cannot focus on well, and then on the open source as well, I'll give the guidance. And the internship, I just want to highlight like what we are looking from the company, right? Why they are cracking also in the interest, right? So internship, we go in second year itself. Like last, when I was Microsoft, I went for one hiring. They're in second final semester. There we went to IIT Kharagpur, and I was stunned by the questions I was asking in lead code medium to high, and they were able to answer it like that. So see the kind of awareness they are having in second year, second semester, with the lead code hard problems they're trying to solve means how much effort they're putting apart from the academics as well. So you need to do a lot of practice. So with the practice, and then you need to really understand it. The problem with I'm not complaining about education system, till intermediate, we want to buy hard many concepts. We'll buy hard because we want to get the scores or we want to get the ranks. But if you take it any simple one or two, like array problem also, if you deeply understand it, that's where I want students to take the lectures help. The problem is they don't use lectures help at all. They think that they also don't know or something like that. They work with them or they need to take the guidance, right? And then if you can solve really and understand thoroughly, like the problem is many people by heart, okay, this is the logic I need to remember. This is the logic I need to remember. Instead of that, if you can understand the pattern, like how you're solving, is it a binary pattern or you're using sliding window pattern? If you understand the pattern and solve yourself, then you'll never forget. And then if you get the new problem also, you'll be able to solve. Now the problem is, whatever the problems you are practiced only you are able to solve. If you get the new problem, that's it blank. Because you just understood the solution. You did not understand the pattern, what to apply, right? So in my personal mentorship, I'm happy to guide because it's a broader topic, madam. And then I'm happy to guide some lecturers who are really interested. I can give 30 minutes, 1 hour, how you can, with your knowledge, how you can help your students.
Guiding or mentoring one student, you guiding or mentoring 10 students actually would help only 10 or maybe 50 students. But to mentor a lecturer, that would be good for us. Thank you very much.
Definitely, madam. I have a lot of gratitude for my professor.
Yeah, thank
so I'm
you.
happy to do that. And then open source thing also, you were asking, right, madam? See, open source, that's a separate session altogether. So anyone can search in Microsoft. We have KEDA, KEDA, Kubernetes Event Driven Auto Scaling. Immediately by evening, you can start it. Only thing what you have to take is go to that GitHub project, KEDA, and then there is a open issues. Like in the project, right? There is a PR they'll create. This is the feature and number of votes. Like 100 people are looking for those features. You can sign up saying that I'll work on it. Initially, my suggestion is you form 3-4 people group take one issue from the GitHub project and solve it and post your code, the review. If your quality of the code is good, they will approve it, and then subsequently you'll be getting more issues.
Oh.
So slowly you have to build the trust. So, but I don't have time, but I would have shown the project and then clearly show the issue, PR, what I mean by PR request, product request, and then go there and then tell that I will do that work. Just one comment. I will do that work. I will be done by end of the week. You take the help from professors or whatever, you complete that one, and then you'll be keep getting it. That is, you are doing the internship from your laptop in the big, and you're contributing companies like Microsoft. So even if you don't get the internship, if you work on these GitHub projects, your portfolio will stand up in the interviews.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So I hope that answers your question. Okay. Sorry, I took a long answer because these are all very subjective things, and it's difficult to explain in small terms. So that's why I offered the mentorship who are really interested. And on the internship, I just want to share one small thing. Recently, last 2 months back, there's a recent event. There are two interns for summer interns. One is from NIT Allahabad, another one is IIT Kharagpur. And then after 2 months internship, we evaluate. We see, like we assign the mentor, and then we evaluate, and then we offer the PPO from NIT Allahabad, not from IIT Kharagpur. So don't think that I got into the college or your job is done. Hard work is differentiate always. So the guy from NIT, he was very worried that whether I will get the offer or not. He spent hours together, and he's ready to work on it. That commitment we see, not the college or skill. The commitment, are you willing or not? That's why you should have willingness to learn, willingness to fail. So now the problem is many of the people are taken granted, or they don't have hunger, or I'm not sure. The willingness is not there. Just that they say, I have the brand, I know this concept, recruit me. So we rejected the IIT Kharagpur and the guy also, right? But NIT guy, he doesn't have big background, but still his work we saw. That's why GitHub open source projects, if your profile stand out, companies will reach out to you. And there are many freelancing opportunities, madam. I can, when we talk in one-on-one, I can share a lot of those things. You can guide your students. Okay? Thank you. I think I took more time. I don't want to stop for lunch. Already these guys wants to go to hostel. So have fun and see, this with one thought, I want to close it with my background, with my score in my 10th class marks. If I can reach here, you all can reach. Are you ready? So with that, signing off.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your journey and boundless knowledge. And now it's time for lunch. I request all the guests to join for the lunch, and all the students are informed to rejoin the session at 2:15.
And one more update is for the hostel students, from the corridor to the hostel, college buses are provided to travel this short distance because of the climatic conditions. So if you go to the corridor, you will have the bus facility to go to the hostel. It's by the college management.
Hyderabad since 2022, and prior he served various organizations like Damco Solutions, Hyderabad, Capgemini, Hyderabad, Avance Consulting, Hyderabad, Tagmatics, Hyderabad, Spectraforce Technologies, Hyderabad, Zorient, Hyderabad, and Agile Enterprise Solutions, etc., at various levels. Mr. Borath has many professional certifications on most trending artificial intelligence domain and won the awards like the Ladder's Top 200 Recruiters, Q3 2014, November 2014. Mr. Borath has done his graduation in Electrical and Electronics Engineering during 2010 to 2014 from PVP Siddhartha Institute of Technology.
It's my honor to invite Mr. Bharat Tumuluri, Lead Talent Partner, Prolifics, for inspiring the student with your cutting-edge perspective, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon. ఏం పెట్టారు? లే టెక్నికల్ గా చాలా మాట్లాడదాం అనుకున్నా, ఇంగ్లీష్ లో చాలా మాట్లాడదాం అనుకుని ఇట్లా వీళ్ళందరూ స్పీచెస్ వినేసి అసలు నాకు దగ్గర కాన్సెప్ట్స్ అయిపోయినాయి, అన్నీ కవర్ చేస్తారు. ఐ లెఫ్ట్ విత్ నో ఆప్షన్. ఇంకొకటే ఛాన్స్, అది నాకుంది. వీళ్ళతో మంచి లంచ్ చేశాను, బాగానే పెట్టారు, గెస్టింగ్ అది బాగా పెడతారు. బట్ నో, జోక్స్ అబౌట్, లైక్ వీళ్ళతో మాట్లాడినప్పుడు నాకు తెలిసింది ఏంటంటే యూ గైస్ వర్ డామ్ లక్కీ అని అర్థమైంది. అదే చెప్తా, ఐ లెట్ యు నో వస్తా, దాని దగ్గరికే వస్తా. ఐ విల్ బి దేర్. మీరు ఇందాక బస్సులో వెళ్తూ అనుకుంటారు కదా, అబ్బా ఇంకొక్కడు ఉన్నాడే, వాడు ఒక్కడు ఉంటాడు, ఇక అదొక్కటే అయిపోతే వెళ్ళిపోవచ్చు అనుకుని ఉంటాను. నాకు తెలిసి ఇక మన బాయ్స్ అయితే ఫుల్ చిల్ మోడ్, ఇక అల్ట్రా చిల్, మంచిగా వచ్చాం. అండ్ యా, స్కిల్స్ అండ్ హైరింగ్. దే వాంట్ మీ టు స్పీక్ అబౌట్ ఐటీ సమ్మిట్, టెక్ ఐటీ సమ్మిట్, ఏది talent skilling and hiring. It's an ocean, to be honest. Not even a single person on planet Earth can put that in a single perspective. The reason is tech will change, HR perspective will change. I'll tell you a reason. So if you could see a job notification way back earlier, it would be like a paper notification looking for so and so with so and so skill. లైక్ ఎంత లక్కీ అని నేను చెప్తాను. ఇప్పుడు మీ సార్స్ ఉన్నారు, డైరెక్టర్ సార్ అండ్ సార్ హెచ్ఓడి, ప్రిన్సిపల్ సార్, ఒకసారి వాళ్ళ ఏజ్లోకి వెళ్దాం. విల్ గో టు దట్ ఏజ్. వాళ్ళు లిటరల్లీ ఎంత ప్రొఫౌండ్ బేసిక్స్ ఉన్నాయంటే ద ఈవెన్ క్రాకర్ టఫెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఇంటర్వ్యూస్. డూ వీ హ్యావ్ దట్ స్కిల్ రైట్ నౌ? వెరీ ప్రొఫౌండ్ బేసిక్స్. At least one. Yes, I know each and everything. I know basics. I'm good at it. Even I don't know. Literally failed. But yes, I want that basics. When we hire in Prolifics, we were given only one statement. I'm telling you, the only statement is basics. That's it. Anyhow, we have a lead code and some other hacker rank. Anyways, you guys will crack it. That's for sure. Then coming to the soft skills. If you guys were 101, I'll take this from my buddy. If you guys were 101, you'll speak like anything. ఎక్కడెక్కడ లేని ముచ్చట్లన్నీ మీ దగ్గరకు వస్తాయి. That I can say. But if you're in a interview with a one person, that one job you're waiting at, how you will deal with it? ఆ పర్స్పెక్టివ్లో ఆలోచించండి. Fine. Let me give you an example. 2010 to 14, that's my BTech. BTech triple E, PVP Siddhartha, which is good. And I look up to Danekula Engineering College at that time. Why? Because I missed my seat here. My parents were like super crazy to join me in Danekula. They're like, okay, fine, at least you got PVP Siddhartha, cool, that's good, go ahead and do it. But when I came for a off-campus placement or something, pool placements, ma'am, some for TechM. Yeah. Why? Because TechM was not there in PVP. Ultimately, I have to come to Danekla. And I was like, I got rejected at second level of interview. First level, yes, I cleared it. Second level, technical. He started asking me, what is Java? I'll give you an example how the interview would be at that time. Sir, Java programming language? Okay. Explain oops. Oops, I said. Okay. Then next, what you're good at? Sir, I'm good at communication skills. Sorry, your exit is that way. We don't need that. We need technical skills. I'm giving an example of how the technology evolved at that time. When we were there at the time, Java is a simple Java. But now just imagine how Java is evolved with other guys. Mean stack, Mern stack, Java with Angular, Java with React, Java with so-and-so. Even at the time of screening CVs, we were like confused, damn confused from the candidates, like what exactly skill you're good at. I mean, the experienced candidates. Way back, they have some 20 years or 18 years of experience, they'll say, ha, sir, yes, we can do each and everything. Why they are doing each and everything is, they have proper basics. I'm reminding you, a proper basics. Facts apart. And then after what I did, yes, I lost it and I lost an opportunity. Somehow I got placed in some other company. And now, ma'am, ik nidra వస్తున్నట్టుంది పాపం మంచిగా కొనుక్కోవాట్లో పడుతున్నారు but I'll try to engage you. That's my promise. But one thing I'll confirm you guys here is, the moment you go out from here, you'll get a good insights and good inputs. You'll be ready. That's what exactly a company is looking at from a fresher. HR loan, fresher. Right. Hega, next time maatladam. Skills. First of all, 1990s. C, C++. I'll get the list for you. ఎందుకంటే నేనే మర్చిపోతా. Yeah. C, C++, networking, databases, internet. 1990s లో. 2000s. .com boom. Boom. SAP, Oracle, ERP, ASP.NET, PHP, security, mobile computing. ChatGPT took 2 minutes to generate this. Believe it or not. I've clearly given instruction, hey ChatGPT, give me a 30-year-old data, make sure it is genuine enough. It was like simply keep on typing, like what we look into WhatsApp status, typing. Like what you're typing? You're a ChatGPT. You have to give me results. And then after in 2010, cloud computing, big data, AI. I mean, there is an interesting fact here in big data. Python, R, Spark, data virtualization, Hadoop. I mean, how these guys were surviving then? 1900s and 2000 candidates, whoever got placed, like a senior faculty, how they are getting survived. So there is a layoff happened at that time. 2008 to 9, financial crisis. Lot many lost the job. A lot many. But how they survived? The only reason is they tried to evolve into a better technical persons. Are you in that stage to be in a better technical evaluation persons? నేను చెప్పేదల్లా ఒకటే, ఈ స్కిల్స్ అటైన్ చేస్తున్నారు, యూఆర్ లెర్నింగ్ సో అండ్ సో స్కిల్స్ విచ్ ఇస్ రియలీ గుడ్, బట్ హౌ వెల్ యూ ఆర్ క్రాస్ చెకింగ్ దోస్ స్కిల్స్? డైలీ క్రాస్ చెక్ చేసుకుంటున్నారా? am I up to the market, or do I really know each and every depth of the topic? Like, yes or no? సార్ వీళ్ళకి పప్పు గట్టిగా పెట్టారు. సో నో, యా, I'll take it as an answer, yes, no. సేమ్ ఇదే సైలెన్స్ అబ్బా ఇంటర్వ్యూలో కూడా. నాకు ఒక్కరోజు, ఐ మీన్ ఐల్ టెల్ యూ హౌ లక్కీ యూ గైస్. మీరు ఇక్కడ ఉన్నప్పుడే ఎందుకు క్యాంపస్ ప్లేస్మెంట్స్ కొట్టాలి అని ఒక్క చిన్న ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్తా. మీరు అంతా అయిపోయాక యూ కమ్ టు బిగ్ కంపెనీస్, ఎంటర్ప్రైజ్ కంపెనీస్, జస్ట్ స్టాండ్ ఇన్ ద క్యూ. దే విల్ కండక్ట్ ఆఫ్లైన్ ప్లేస్మెంట్స్ ఆర్ ఓవరాల్ ఆన్ క్యాంపస్ కాదు, లైక్ a talent pool పెట్టేస్తారు. walk in, they'll go with this fancy word called walk in. You just come to walk in, and see how many were actually getting job. Just for 2 positions, we have to go through 200 CVs. I'm literally saying, at a point of time, we will forget in a HR field, we have a family. We're literally saying that why this particular thing happened is every single person missing basic. And moreover, in an interview also, we won't ask lot many questions like how can you do a mean stack or a moon stack, or you an AI guy? How you do it? Explain. No, we don't ask that. I'll ask only one question. Can you write down a Fibonacci series for me? ఎక్కడో విన్నట్టుంది కదా. ఇప్పుడు మనం బుక్ ఓపెన్ చేస్తే ఫస్ట్ పేజ్లో కూడా ఉంటుంది మనకి అక్కడ ఫిబోనాకి ప్యారలల్ పిరమిడ్ డయాగ్రామ్ ఇట్లా ఒకటి ఉంటాయి. దేవర్ లైక్ రాస్తారు విచ్ ఐఎమ్ నాట్ అ రైట్ పర్సన్ టు ఎవాల్యుయేట్, ఐ విల్ గో టు ద టెక్నికల్ పర్సన్. He'll simply throw the CV. Who clearly considered this CV అని చెప్పి అడుగుతాడు. I don't have an answer. Then I'll come back to the candidate and say, చాలా మర్యాదపూర్వకంగా మొహం మీద వెళ్ళిపోండి అని అనక, we'll get back to you. We'll use that word. అది వాడామంటే you're not selected. Just remember, we'll get back to you అంటాం. And you are like super anxiety, when you will get back to me? In a couple of days of time. How you will get back to me? Followed by the question, over an email. When I can expect? Your exit is? Ante. Alane చెప్తాం. And yes, ఈ financial crisis వల్ల ఎప్పుడెప్పుడు వచ్చిందో I have written it down. First one, 2008 to 2009 financial crisis, just because of this guy, Lehman Brothers. వాడు ఎంత పని చేశాడంటే వాడు ఒక్కడి వల్ల ఎగిరిపోయిన ఉద్యోగాలన్నీ. Every people who are in a software industry, they were thinking, we were well settled, we are paying well, we're going to buy houses, we have a standard family. Yes, we're going to have a better future. But imagine if you guys face this. Are you ready to face this, such kind of a layoffs? How well you can take it? Layoff aithe face chestara? Yeah. Layoffs aithe face chestara? No. And one more example. కోవిడ్లో ఎవరికైనా ఉద్యోగం పోయిందంటే అది నాది కూడా పోయింది. సార్ మీరు హెచ్ఆర్ కదా సార్, మీది పోవడం ఏంటి? హెచ్ఆర్ నో ఎగ్జామ్షన్ టు కోవిడ్. ఒక్కసారి వచ్చి గ్లోబ్ మొత్తాన్ని వేసేసుకుని వెళ్ళిపోతుంది అట్లా పాకెట్లో. దెన్ ఒక ఇంటర్వ్యూ అటెండ్ అయ్యా. యు నో వాట్ దట్ గై ఆస్క్డ్ మీ? భరత్ ఐఎమ్ ఓల్డ్ ఏజ్ పర్సన్. దట్ ఇంటర్వ్యూయర్, వెన్ I was in a job search, even after these many years of experience. Not even a single point he asked me about the technicalities. He know that technically he is good and everything is good. But one question is, how confident I am if thrown a dumbest of a question. A dumb question etla untadante ide. Bharat, imagine I'm a 50-year-old, 55-year-old or a 60-year-old guy sitting in US. I don't know how to install a LAN. All I have is a router. Can you explain me how to do it? I was like, in a video call. At that time, it's a video call, Teams call. Sure, go ahead. First, you have to go to this. And then you have to go to this. So there he evaluated total 3 things. Number 1, confidence. Number 2, technicalities. Number 3, time span. ఎంత షార్టెస్ట్ టైంలో నేను ఆ ప్రాబ్లం రిజాల్వ్ చేయగలిగాను. That's what we are exactly expecting from you freshers. Exactly. And yes, second thing. సరే ఇప్పుడు మీరంతా ఇట్లా ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేస్తున్నారు, క్యాంపస్ ప్లేస్మెంట్స్ వస్తాయి అనుకుంటున్నారు. అండ్ ఈవెన్ మా కొలీగ్స్ కూడా అడిగారు ఇట్లా, హౌ వెల్ ఎవ్రీవన్, ఎవరైనా కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ ఉన్నారా, యు ఆర్ రెడీ టు క్రాక్ ద సో అండ్ సో జాబ్ అట్ అ హై లెవెల్ ప్యాకేజెస్? అప్పుడు ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేశాను నేను ప్రతి ఒక్కడు చేతులు ఎత్తారని చెప్పి. ద రీజన్ ఈస్, forget about whether you gonna get the job or not. What all I need is a confidence from you. That's what a HR look into it. Skilling, yes, you can take care of a skilling. But confidence, how we gonna get it? అది మనం మాట్లాడితేనే కదా తెలిసేది అందరితో. నీ పక్కనున్న సీత, వాణి, రీతతో మాట్లాడితే ఏమొస్తుంది? అండ్ ఎస్, మా రమేష్ సురేష్తోనే మేము ఎప్పుడు పక్కన మాట్లాడుకోం. Once you join a corporate, you have to speak with John, Andy, Martin. They were in the US, UK, Israel. For God's sake, you don't know the English also. All you have to do is you have to put a smile on your face and you have to say, yes, I understood. But at least in order to understand that particular level of an English or a confidence, are you ready to, are you really equipped with it? అరే ఎస్ అని చెప్పండి అంతే. నాకు నో నో ఐమ్ నాట్ ఈవెన్ టు జడ్జ్ యూ, బట్ యా ఇట్స్ అ గుడ్ పాయింట్ మ్యామ్. నాకు ఇప్పుడే గుర్తొచ్చింది. లైక్ మా మ్యామ్తో మాట్లాడుతుంటే, హే ఎంతమంది ఇక్కడ ఈ సినిమా చూసారు? లైక్ మ్యూజిక్ షాప్ మూర్తి అని ఒకటి ఉంటుంది, అజయ్ ఘోష్ గారిది. గుడ్, యా యా గో ఆన్. యా కూల్, గుడ్ వన్. నేను అక్కడ సెషన్ చూస్తున్నప్పుడు ఈవిడ దాన్ని ఏదో ఒక డీజే ఎక్విప్మెంట్ లా కూర్చుని ఇట్లా పెట్టి మొత్తం ఇట్లా షీ సర్చింగ్ ఏమేమి ఉన్నాయి ఇక్కడ అని చెప్పి. ఆవిడకి అసలు ఆ ఏజ్లో పని ఏంటండి అది? ఆవిడకి అసలు నేను అనుకున్న అలాంటి ఒక ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మనం సెట్ చేయగలిగితే చాలు కదా అని చెప్పి. ఇంకొకళ్ళు మా డైరెక్టర్ సార్, ఆయన బెల్లో చేశారు, లైక్ భారత్ ఎలక్ట్రానిక్స్, ఐఐటి మద్రాస్. ఐఎమ్ టాకింగ్ అబౌట్ నౌ. ఎప్పుడో చేశారు. అప్పటికి ఎంత స్టాండర్డ్స్ ఉంటాయి? ఐ టెల్ యూ వన్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. వెన్ వీఆర్ స్టడింగ్ ఇన్ పిఈపి సిద్ధార్థ, మాకు ఒక ప్రాక్టికల్ ఉండే. లైక్ సారీ టు సే దిస్, ఐఎమ్ ఫ్రమ్ ట్రిప్లీ. మీరు ఎంతమంది ట్రిప్లీ ఉన్నారు ఇక్కడ? లైక్ ట్రిప్లీ ఆర్ ఈసీఏ? అరే థ్యాంక్ యూ. శైవర్తో చేయొద్దు. సో ఇన్ సింపుల్ లేమెన్ లాంగ్వేజ్ లో చెప్తాను, లైక్ 2-year-old పప్పీకి అర్థమయ్యేటట్టు. మా ఫ్రెండ్ ఒకడు ఉన్నాడు. మేము అక్కడ ఒక మెషిన్ 3200 RPMతో తిరుగుతోంది. దాన్ని మాన్యువల్, మనకు అందరికి మాన్యువల్స్ ఉంటాయి. వి ఆల్ హ్యావ్ దట్ మాన్యువల్. నాదప్పటికి అవ్వదులే. యా, ఐ డోంట్ వాంట్ టు టేక్ హిస్ నేమ్, బట్ వాడు ఎక్కడ ఈ వీడియో ఎక్కడ చూస్తున్నాగా నన్ను తిట్టుకుంటాడు వాడు. సారీరా. మా లైక్ అంత ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ ఉన్నాయని ఒకసారి మా ఫ్రెండ్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళి అడిగాడు, రే హౌ యూ స్టాప్ దిస్ మోటార్ అన్నాడు. We all have manuals in hand. When we go to labs, we all have pre-written manuals. No matter who printed it, I don't know how that guy printed that, without knowing or without knowing. There is a word written, can be stopped manually. Same answer ichadu, can be stopped manually. Alanti ayinandi, stop manually. Simple. We were like, మేమంతా బంచ్ ఆఫ్ గైస్ అట్లా కూర్చొని చూస్తున్నాం, వాడు ఏం చేస్తాడా ఇప్పుడు స్టాప్డ్ మాన్యువల్ అని ఆన్సర్ ఇచ్చాడు వాడు అని. స్టాప్డ్ మాన్యువల్లీ అన్నాడు. రే పైన బోల్ట్స్ తిప్పితే ఆర్పిఎం కంట్రోల్ అవుతుందిరా, అదిరా స్టాప్డ్ మాన్యువల్లీ అన్నాడు. కరెక్టే కదా అనిపించింది. అలాంటి ఒక టీచింగ్ స్టాఫ్ మీ దగ్గర ఉన్నప్పుడు మీరు ఎంత బాగా యూటిలైజ్ చేసుకోవాలి వాళ్ళని, ఎంత బేసిక్స్ వాళ్ళ దగ్గర నుంచి నేర్చుకోవాలి అనుకుంటూ ఉంటారు వాళ్ళు. ఆవిడ విసురుకుంటూ అనుకుంటూ ఉండదు అక్కడ, బాయ్ నేను చెప్తున్నాడు వీడు బేసిక్స్ అంటాడని. బట్ వన్స్ మ్యామ్ మీరు బయటికి వెళ్తే తెలుస్తుంది హౌ డిఫరెంట్ ద వరల్డ్ ఈస్. ఇట్ ఈస్ రియలీ డిఫరెంట్ థింగ్. అండ్ మీరు ఇప్పుడు అనుకుంటున్నారు లైక్ వీఆర్ స్టడింగ్ ఫర్ 8 hours అండ్ మేము వెళ్ళిపోతాం, వీఆర్ డన్ విత్ ఇట్. బట్ వన్స్ యూ గో టు కార్పొరేట్, దెర్ ఈస్ అ మ్యాండేటరీ క్లాక్. యూ హ్యావ్ టు డూ 40 hours స్టడీ week or a study. You have to meet చూపించాలి అక్కడ 40 hours. Yes, I have done the 40 hours learning course. Are you okay with it? Proper 40 hours మీరు కూర్చుని నేను ఈ కోర్స్ చేశాను, then only you are eligible for a word ఉంటుంది ఏంటిది, eligible for hike, promotion or so and so. ఆ 40 hours మీరు ఎంతమంది క్రాక్ చేయగలరు, అది ఆ కమిట్మెంట్ ఎంతమంది ఇవ్వగలరు? మేక్ ష్యూర్ యు ఆర్ కమిటెడ్ టు ఇట్. సార్ మిమ్మల్ని చూడగానే మొత్తం ఎగిరిపోయాను. నో నో నో, అదర్ థింగ్ ఐ వాంట్ టు గివ్ యూ అన్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. ఇట్లా వచ్చినప్పుడు ఎప్పుడైతే నేను 2010 to 14 క్రాక్ చేయలేకపోయాను, ఐ మేడ్ మై మైండ్ ఐ విల్ బి హియర్ వన్ డే. ఇదిగో ఇట్లా మీ ముందున్నా లీడ్ టాలెంట్ పార్ట్నర్గా. నాకు అది మీ క్యాంపస్లో మొత్తం తిరుగుతున్నప్పుడు అనిపించింది, ఐ వాజ్ లైక్ ఇదే నా క్యాంపస్కి నేను వచ్చింది, నా చేతిలో రెజ్యూమే పట్టుకుని అని. ఇట్ ఈస్ డిఫరెంట్. మీ ల్యాబ్స్ నేను చూశాను ఇక్కడ. ఐ మీన్ నేను ద ఎండ్ ఒక కంక్లూజన్ ఇద్దాం అనుకున్నా, లైక్ సూపర్ కాంప్లిమెంట్ ఒక స్టేట్మెంట్ పాస్ చేద్దాం అనుకున్నా. కాలేజెస్ బ్రింగ్ సమ్ న్యూ టెక్నాలజీస్ ఇన్ టు దిస్ సో అండ్ సో ఇన్నోవేషన్స్ అని చెప్పి. యూ గైస్ ఆర్ ఆల్రెడీ డూయింగ్ ఇట్. బట్ మీరు దాన్ని ఎంత బాగా యూటిలైజ్ చేసుకుంటున్నారు అనేది ఇట్స్ అప్ టు యూ, అది మీకే వదిలేస్తాను. అండ్ ఇంకొకటి, ఐ హ్యావ్ అ క్రేజీ జాబ్ డిస్క్రిప్షన్ ఫర్ యూ. ఇప్పుడు అందరం వాట్ ఈస్ ద ఎవాల్వింగ్ టెక్నాలజీ కదా. ఇంకోటి, సారీ గట్టిగా, సారీ అరే మాట్లాడండి రా, సారీ సార్ మైక్ ఏమని ఇస్తారు వాళ్ళకి. రోబోటిక్స్, ఓకే. నెక్స్ట్ వన్ మోర్, సారీ అర్థం కాదు, ఎవరు అరిచాడు అక్కడ మన బాయ్స్ లో ఒకడు. ఓకే, మెషిన్ లెర్నింగ్, యా సారీ మ్యామ్,
క్లౌడ్ కంప్యూటింగ్,
ఆ 2010s లోనే వచ్చేసింది అది.
మిషన్ లెర్నింగ్, డేటా అనలిస్ట్, డేటా సైన్స్.
ఓకే, అండ్ నెక్స్ట్, సో యూఆర్ ఫ్రమ్ సిఎస్సి.
సిఎస్ఎం.
అరే లైక్ సిఎస్, ఓకే, కంప్యూటర్ సైన్స్ అండ్
ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ అండ్ మిషన్ లెర్నింగ్.
I mean, it's a branch. It's a branch. Are it's a branch, really? Now you ask me, sir, what do you know about branches? Ask me. Ma'am, adagandi. Ma'am, adagandi. Please, ma'am, adagara. I mean, ask me. Sir, what are the branches you know? Sir, what are the branches you know? Good, you asked it. CSA, AAA, Civil, Mac, ఈసీ. వస్తున్నా మీ దగ్గరికి వస్తా, మెల్లగా వస్తా. లెట్ మీ కంప్లీట్, మెల్లగా వద్దాం. ఎవరికి అయ్యో కూర్చోండి మ్యామ్, పర్లా. అసలు మ్యామ్ వాళ్ళు రెస్పాన్స్ చూసారు, ఒక వర్గం ఈసీఈ మర్చిపోయాడు వీడు, అయిపోయింది, కేల్కత్తం దుకాన్ బంద్, ఇంకెళ్ళిపో నువ్వు. ఏఐ జాబ్ నేను చదువుతున్నా, ద రిక్విజిట్ ఫర్ ఏఐ ఇంజనీర్. మ్యామ్ మీరన్న ఏఐఎంఎల్, జస్ట్ బ్రెయిన్స్ రెడీగా పెట్టుకోండి ఉంటే. జనరేటివ్ పైథన్, ఫ్రంట్ ఎండ్ లో టైప్ స్క్రిప్ట్, డెవాప్స్, సీక్వెల్ అండ్ వెక్టర్ డిబి, డెవలపింగ్ క్లౌడ్ నేటివ్ అప్లికేషన్స్, అజూర్ ఏఐ, అజూర్ ఓపెన్ ఏఐ, డాలీ, అజూర్ సెక్యూరిటీ. ఇదేదో మంత్రాలు చదువుతున్నట్టుంది అసలు. ఐ మీన్ నైస్ టు హ్యావ్. LLM, large language models, Jupyter, Angular. ఇప్పుడు చెప్పండి బాయ్స్ అండ్ గర్ల్స్, ఏఐని క్రాక్ చేయాలంటే మనకి ఎన్ని రావాలి? ఇంత మంత్రాలు చదివితే కానీ మనకి రాదు ఏఐఎంఎల్ అని చెప్పి. నా ఎండ్ పాయింట్ ఒకటే, ఇవన్నీ చేసే కట్టే ముందు జస్ట్ ఒక్కటి నేర్చుకోండి. బీట్ ఏ జావా, బీట్ ఏ పైథన్, బీట్ ఏ C++. ఎస్, we do still require C++ engineers. Why we need it? For no. అరే C++ ఎవడు వాడతారు? సారీ, ఓకే, యూ కొంచెం దగ్గరికి వచ్చారు. బట్ టు డూ ద గేమింగ్ వాట్ వీ నీడ్? సారీ, సెకండ్ దగ్గరికి వచ్చారు. ఇంకా సారీ సార్ నేనే చెప్తా. ఎంతమంది ఇంట్లో పీసీ ఉంది? ల్యాప్టాప్ కాదు, పీసీ, ప్రాపర్ పీసీ. ఐ వాజ్ ఫ్రమ్ పీసీ గాయ్, పీసీఏ చెప్తా ఇప్పటికీ. ఓల్డ్ డూడ్ అనుకుంటారు వీడిని. పీసీ మదర్ బోర్డ్ ఉంటుంది, అక్కడ కావాలి మనకి. దే స్టిల్ యూజ్ ఇట్, వాళ్ళకి ఇంకా ఉన్నాయి. సెకండ్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మనం ఎంత బాగా ఎవాల్వ్ అయినది చెప్తాను. వి ఆల్ హ్యావ్ అ స్మార్ట్ వాచ్. Earlier our dads and moms, our brothers, what they used to have? Normal analog, normal watch. Every single one we're looking at a notification for, we don't know the reason why we're looking at the notification. Whether our bank got credited with 1 crore or not, we'll look into it. Okay, notification. That's from Bindu Instagram. Oh, okay. Arey, joke chesa nak inka rala. I was like, ఇంత ఎవరైనా ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేయగలిగారా ఒక వాచ్ కి మనం నోటిఫికేషన్ చూడొచ్చు అని చెప్పి? దాట్స్ వాట్ మేక్ అ గుడ్ ఇంజనీర్ లైక్ యూ. యూ కెన్ క్రియేట్ వండర్స్ If not, how worst it would be అనేది నేను చెప్తాను. So we are flying yesterday. There we have from Hyderabad to Vijayawada. I don't know I'm lucky or not. అక్కడ డిజియాత్ర అని ఒకటి ఉంది. సో మీ అందరికీ తెలుసు కదా డిజియాత్ర. So okay, I'll tell you the purpose of it. If you're flying way back, you have to show your airport ticket, the flight ticket, and an Aadhaar card. To skip this, which is a beautiful idea, I would agree. All you have to do is you have to scan your QR code and tell them, boss, this is my QR and I'm going to scan this. Gates will open. I'll tell you the reason between a good engineer and a bad engineer. I'm not taking Digiyatra as a personal one, but I'll give you one small example. Digiyatrani, not even a security guy is ready to accept it. The reason is it is slow. It's not capturing the faces properly. It's not in a real time. Technically use chestam beta versions andagan how practically it is. Manam anta evolve ayipoyinappudu it should open a gates in a minute or within a second. Sorry, my bad. Seconds. Like, yeah, this is the one. నేను ఇదే కదా స్టూడెంట్స్కి చెప్పాలనుకుంది. Be a good engineer like your seniors. They know the very basics of core కలా పట్టుకుని ఉంటారు. వాళ్ళు అక్కడ అంత కామ్స్కి సెట్ అయిన్ చేయడానికి రీజన్ ఏంటంటే ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ దే నాట్ ఇన్ టు మీడియా. నా మనకున్న బ్యాడ్ లేదంటే గుడ్ తెలియదు కానీ వీవర్ ఇన్ టు 1 minute వీడియోస్. ఇన్స్టాగ్రామ్ hardly we won't watch a video which is more than a minute. Our brains got wired to do the short results within a short thing. A spike manaku vacheyal atla. Cool, if you want to do the things in a minute, how good you should be in your basics? That's what I'm asking. And even you etla jobs create chestayante, if you want to be create an application or a project, if you want to be a tester, ma'am, త్వరగా కంప్లీట్ చేసేస్తా పాపం కళ్ళేలా అనుకుంటున్నారు. I'll complete that. Don't worry. But yes, if you want to create it, ఎక్కడ మర్చిపోయాను, మొత్తం ఎగిరిపోయింది. యా, అలా క్రియేట్ చేయాలన్నప్పుడు it will create a role called SDET, Software Development Engineer in Testing. మీరు ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేస్తారా a coder come a tester can do a single job? That's what society is expecting from you. As a technical person, you should be multi-diversified. And I'll give you one beautiful example. We are really lagging enough. ఇప్పుడు మీరంతా ఎవరైతే ఉన్నారో I want to see you all in that board. అక్కడట్లా పేర్లతో. I mean, మా అందరి పేర్లో ఎవరున్నారు అక్కడొక్కళ్ళు? ప్రియా పండిట్. దాన్ని మేము మా కంపెనీస్లో డైవర్సిటీ, ఈక్విటీ అండ్ ఇంక్లూజన్ అని చెప్పి అంటాం. ఉమెన్ ఫోర్స్ రావాలి, మీరు మా కంపెనీస్లోకి రండి విత్ ప్రాపర్ బేసిక్స్. వీఆర్ రెడీ టు హైర్ యూ. అండ్ నాకున్న టైంలో ప్యాకేజెస్ వర్ లైక్ 3, 4 సో అండ్ సో. బట్ విత్ ఇన్ 2022 టైంకి ఐ వుడ్ సే TCS digital, Accenture digital, every company, you know, they're putting a word called digital in their names and hiring a candidate at 13, 14, 15, 20. I was wondering how these guys were doing it. The reason is very good basics, Java or a Python or R. But I really want you to want to be a step above. ఇప్పుడు ఒకళ్ళు చెప్పారు ఇట్లా ఒక ముందుగానే లింక్డ్ఇన్ లో కనెక్ట్ అయిపోండి, యూ విల్ కమ్ టు నో. ఎస్, దట్స్ ఇట్. ఆల్వేస్ బీ ఎ స్టెప్ అబవ్. తెలుసుకోండి వాట్ ఆర్ ద ఇండస్ట్రీ టెక్నాలజీస్, వాట్స్ హ్యాపెనింగ్, వాట్ ఆర్ బూమింగ్ అని చెప్పి. బట్ వన్ థింగ్ ఐ వుడ్ సే ఈస్ డోంట్ స్టిక్ టు వన్ కోడింగ్ స్టఫ్ గైస్. ఒక్క స్కిల్కి కూర్చోదు ఎప్పుడు. ఐ విల్ టెల్ యూ వీఆర్ లుకింగ్ ఫర్ అ మల్టిపుల్ స్కిల్స్. When I say it's a multiple, you won't expect that Java full stack guy at a point of time we will ask you start Spring Hibernate. Are you ready with it? అది ఎట్లా వస్తుంది అంటే ప్రాక్టికల్గా ఏం జరుగుతుందో తెలుసుకోండి కాసేపు. ఓకే, దిస్ ఈస్ హౌ ద కంపెనీస్ వుడ్ బి. ఈవెన్ దో ఇఫ్ యూ డోంట్ హ్యావ్ ఎ జాబ్ ఆర్ ఇఫ్ యూఆర్ లుకింగ్ ఫర్ ఎ జాబ్, గో హెడ్ అయినా ఒక కంపెనీ పేజ్ మీరు తీసుకొని లుక్ ఇన్ టు ద జాబ్స్ వాట్ దే ఆర్ హైరింగ్. ఆ ఒక్కటే నేను అడుగుతున్నాను. కమిట్ అవుదాం ఇట్లా చేయడానికి, మల్టిపుల్ స్కిల్స్ నేర్చుకుందాం అని చెప్పి. like yes or no. No, it's a thumb rule would be like Bharat, yes, sir అనే word ఉండదు. మీరు కార్పొరేట్స్కి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు ప్రాపర్ 40 hours మీరు క్లాక్ చేయగలగాలి. That's what we would look into it. And it's not the reason why we ask you like explain me about your project. The reason is we want to look how confident you are while explaining your project. I'll give you one heads up. Okay, plus point చెప్తాను. You can use it in your interview. ఇక్కడ వర్డ్ వి అనేది యూస్ చేయొచ్చు. డోంట్ యూజ్ అ వర్డ్ కాల్డ్ వి. సార్ వి డిడ్ దిస్, వి డిడ్ దట్, దెన్ వేర్ ఈస్ యువర్ ఇండివిజువల్ కాంట్రిబ్యూషన్? ఐ డిడ్ దిస్, ఐ కంప్లీటెడ్ దిస్ అల్గోరిథం, ఐ క్రియేటెడ్ ఇట్ ఇన్ అ టీమ్. ఆ ఒక్క వర్డ్ మీ నుంచి ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేస్తాను. అండ్ ఐల్ గివ్ యూ వన్ మోర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. ఇంటర్వ్యూస్కి వస్తారు, వాక్-ఇన్ పెట్టినప్పుడు. And I'll ask you this dumbest question like, would you be able to work for straight away 12 hours or 14 hours? Sorry, 12 hours would be the max. 12 hours. Fresh grads were like, sir, yes, we are ready to do it. Then where is your work-life balance? I'm looking for that one no. Sorry, this is not for me. ఆ ఒక్క నో స్టెప్ మీరు తీసుకుంటే, if you have that particular confidence, you will be somewhere else. You have a good teaching staff, you have a good laboratories as compared to us. Our times lo chepte, you have a good global market exposure. Utilize this. Utilize cheskundama. Fine, dull అయిపోయినట్టు ఉన్నారు ఇక. So anything else? I'll take the questions for now. Questions ఏమైనా ఉంటే చెప్పండి. I'll take the questions. Questions? సో ఈవెన్ ఇంటర్వ్యూలో కూడా నేనే ఇంటర్వ్యూకి వస్తే అడగరు మీరు క్వశ్చన్స్ నన్ను. అరే అడగండి, ఆస్క్ ద డంబెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద క్వశ్చన్స్. ఎనీ క్వశ్చన్స్? ఐల్ టేక్ మల్టిపుల్. అరే భలే క్వైట్ ఉన్నారే. క్వైట్ ర్యాంకింగ్ లో పెడితే ధనేక్లా ఫస్ట్ వస్తుంది. నో సీరియస్. అరే ఇందాక టెక్నికల్గా అడిగినప్పుడు అట్లీస్ట్ ఒక్క లేచి భలే అడిగారు. ఒక్కళ్ళన్నలు ఎవరా హెచ్ఆర్కి? ఒక్కళ్ళు అడగండి. టేక్ అ స్టెప్ ఫార్వర్డ్. అది ఇప్పుడే మొదలు పెడదాం. అని ఏముంటాయి హెచ్ఆర్లో అడగడానికి అని చెప్పి అడగచ్చు మీరు. సో వాట్ యూ లుక్ ఇన్ టు ఇట్ యాజ్ అ ఫ్రెషర్, హౌ వుడ్ బి ఆర్ సివి? నేనే అడుగుతా, మీ బీయింగ్ అ ఫ్రెషర్ ఉన్నప్పుడు ఎట్లా చూస్తారు అని చెప్పి. వాట్ వీ విల్ లుక్ ఇన్ టు ఇట్ ఈస్ యువర్ సర్టిఫికేషన్స్. Forget about the GPA, some 6 or 8 or 9. Yes, your certifications really matter. And how well do you know about the current evolving topics? This is a question for you, each and everyone. What is the current or the previous technical topic happen in a market? Okay, forget. Who owns ChatGPT or something OpenAI? Microsoft? క్వశ్చన్ నేను చెప్తా, ఆన్సర్ నేను చెప్తా. సరే, మైక్రోసాఫ్ట్ వాడు ఓపెన్ అని కొనేసాడు. దెన్ వాట్ ఈస్ ద అదర్ కాంపిటీటర్? సారీ, ఎవరండి? జెమినియా? వెంకటేష్ది? నో క్యాబ్ జెమినయా? సరే, వాడిని కాసేపు పక్కన పెడదాం. గూగుల్ అని ఒకడు ఉంటాడు, మన డైలీ లైఫ్లో ఎవాల్వ్ అయ్యేటోడు ఒకడు ఉంటాడు. హీ దెన్ స్టార్టెడ్ acquiring this company called DeepMind. You know, తెలుసా DeepMind అనే కంపెనీని acquire చేశాడని? I'll tell you. Like everyone want to be bits and pieces of it. Google want to acquire, I guess he acquired DeepMind. 500 employees working in DeepMind. They have written an open letter to CEO Sundar Pichai. Sir, please stop the project. I'm telling you what makes a good engineer and a bad engineer. They literally want to stop the DeepMind AI's project. Sir, adenti AI evolve avutundi, then Google being the competitor of all, he really involved in our lives. The reason is Google using it for own perspectives. Are you really sure about it? Like, and yes, I'm sure about it. You can go ahead and use it. If politics come into tech companies, if they both meet, that's either a beauty or a destruction. So be a good engineer, be with good ethics, be with good values. If you want me to ask me, sir, what you would be able to suggest me for the next 10 years, అసలు ఈ మార్కెట్ ఎట్లా ఉండబోతుంది అని ఒకటే చెప్తా. Whoever ready to do the cross skilling, cross collaboration ఎవరైతే చేయగలరో, they only gonna take the market. If you be the good Java guy, good .NET guy, good Python guy with our skills, మీరు ఒక CV మాత్రమే నౌకరీలో. You are one among the so far 1 lakh CVs or 2 CVs. You want to be different, then start different. Thinking different. ఒక big picture view చేసుకోండి. How I want to be in the next 10 years. నాకు ఈ స్కిల్ ఉంది, ఓకే, వాట్ ఎల్స్ ఐ హ్యావ్? నేను ఎంత క్వాలిటీ పెట్టాను ఆ స్కిల్ మీద? Am I really started doing it, evolving or something? Yes, I know this, I know 100% of it. No, really no. Challenge yourself and question yourself. Be a good engineer. Jobs would be like, yes ma'am, meer cheppina data analysis, data scientist, AI ML engineer, and machine learning operations engineer, ML ops, and what else? My buddies, security space, cyber security. ఒక లింక్ నొక్కితే చాలు మీ జేబులో ఉన్న డబ్బులు ఎగిరిపోతాయి. ఇలాంటి మెసేజ్ మనం చాలా చూస్తున్నాం. బట్ స్టిల్ వీఆర్ స్టిల్ డూయింగ్ దిస్. ఎందుకంటే ప్రాపర్ గైడెన్స్ ఆర్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ మన దగ్గర లేదు కాబట్టి. అవన్నీ మీరు ఎప్పుడైతే ఎవాల్వ్ చేసుకోగలరో, యూ బీదేనా రైట్ ప్లేస్లో ఉంటారు. యు ఆర్ లీస్ట్ బోదర్డ్ అబౌట్ లే ఆఫ్స్. మిమ్మల్ని లే ఆఫ్స్ ఏం టచ్ చేయలేవు. మీ నీడ్ కంపెనీలో క్రియేట్ చేసుకోండి. రెడీ? మీరు క్రియేట్ చేసుకోండి. అండ్ మేక్ షూర్ ఇంకోటి చెప్పాలనుకున్నాను, లైక్ DEI అనేది ఎందుకు వచ్చింది, వై వి బిగ్గర్ కంపెనీస్ లుక్ ఇన్ టు ఇట్. ఉమెన్ వర్క్ ఫోర్స్ అనేది తగ్గిపోతుంది. ఐ డోంట్ నో ద రీజన్. ఇది కొంచెం సెన్సిటివ్ టాపిక్కే అనుకున్నాను, బట్ స్టిల్ అది ఎందుకు తగ్గిపోతుంది? ఇంతమంది ఉన్నారు బాయ్స్, చూడండి, వాళ్ళు అసలు ఆరామ్సే కూర్చున్నారు 10-20 మంది. ఇంతమంది అమ్మాయిలు ఉన్నారు. నాకు మీరు అందరూ టెక్నికల్ స్పేస్లోకి రావాలి. ఎట్ ఎ పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్, ఎస్, యూ విల్ హ్యావ్ కమిట్మెంట్స్. దాని తర్వాత వచ్చినా కానీ వుడ్ యూ బి ఏబుల్ టు కంటిన్యూ దట్ పర్టిక్యులర్ స్పేస్ కంటిన్యూ చేయగలరా మీరు? ఎస్, చేయగలరు, చేయాలి. ఆ ఒక్క థంబ్ రూల్ మీద ఉండండి. యూ కెన్ డూ ఇట్. Like, I'm not saying like, okay, after 10 years, I want to happily settle with my husband in a US. I'm done with this. I have my kids. Sorry. If it is yes, then you have your exit. Like, you would know Indra Nui gara, Pepsico CEO and manam antam garu. Indra Nui. I would funny conversation okati chepparu when I was going through. I would put in an interview post cheste. She being the Pepsico CEO. అట్ ద ఎండ్ ఆఫ్ ద డే వాళ్ళ ఇంటికి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు వాళ్ళ మమ్మీ ఏం అడుగుతుందంటే, పోయి వెళ్ళి మార్కెట్కి వెళ్ళి వాల్మార్ట్కి వెళ్ళి తీసుకురా అంటుందంట. నువ్వు వాల్మార్ట్కి వెళ్ళి పోయి తీసుకురా అంటుంది. ఆమె ఒకటే అంటుంది, మీ బీయింగ్ ద పెప్సికో CEO, ఐ హ్యావ్ మై అసిస్టెంట్స్, ఐ డోంట్ వాంట్ టు డూ ఇట్. తప్పదు, యూ హ్యావ్ టు డూ ఇట్. అది ఎట్లా బ్యాలెన్స్ చేస్తామో మన టెక్నికల్ లైఫ్ని కూడా అట్లానే బ్యాలెన్స్ చేయాలి. యూ హ్యావ్ టు బ్యాలెన్స్ బోత్. వర్క్ లైఫ్ బ్యాలెన్స్ అనేది, it's a word we really created. There is no such thing called work-life balance. It is always in your life. It depends upon how you manage it. What kind of a stress level you can take it. If you take more, you will burn out. Be in a safe space and be our stress ni enta varaku teesukovalamo anta varaku teeskondi. That's it. Yeah, end of the topic. And any questions now? One more thing, ingoka question expect chestunna nenu. Questions? Questions? Going once, going twice. Yeah. Basics?
Important basics.
Yeah. No. Go ahead, Anas. How you define a good engineer? I'll tell you an example. Kind of a panel persons we involve in a technical process is who knows Java and who knows .NET. And I was talking about a candidate with 20+ years of experience. For me, those were the good engineers. Sir, అదేంటి the direct statement pass చేసేస్తారు, are we not the good engineers? మీరు ఆ రెండు కోడ్ చేయగలరా? ఆ రెండింటిని కోడ్ చేయకొని ఎస్ I would like to evolve, నేను evolve అవ్వగలను అని చెప్పి కోడ్ చేయగలరా? He literally have this హాయ్ నాన్న సినిమాలో చిన్నపిల్లకు ఉంటుంది 65 రోజెస్ ఏదో ఆ డిసీజ్ పేరు, లైక్ సంథింగ్ దాని పేరు ఏదో ఉంది. ఆ ఇంటర్వ్యూరు ఆ పైప్ పెట్టుకుని స్టార్టెడ్ డూయింగ్ ఇంటర్వ్యూస్. he can code in Java, he literally code in .NET. Now he is asking, tell me a pair programming. How you define microservices? How one function will call other function? అప్పుడు నేను అనుకున్నా ఏంటో తెలుసా, థ్యాంక్ గాడ్ నేను కోడర్ని కాదు అని. థ్యాంక్ గాడ్ యూ పుట్ మీ ఇన్ హెచ్ఆర్ స్పేస్. అలాంటి యొక్క టెక్నాలజీస్ని మీరు నేర్చుకుంటున్నారు. యూఆర్ రియల్లీ డ్యామ్ లక్కీ. ఇప్పుడున్న సోర్సెస్తో everything is available, but the only thing is how we are going to use it. That's it. Cool. Further questions, please? Any questions? Okay. And I'll end up this convo with only one statement or the one idea which I have. Our CEO of Prolific, Satya Boli, what he says is, even though if you want to go to moon, put that in a paper, ideate it, write it down, write the steps of it. How are you going to achieve? ఈ 4 మీరు until unless willfulగా determination లేకపోతే completely waste. And your exit is that way. నా సీట్ అయితే ఇక్కడ ఉంది. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bharat Tumuluri, for sharing a helpful wisdom knowledge to the students. Now, I hand over the session to B. Mallesh garu.
మల్లేష్ గారికి ఇస్తాను.
Okay, the next guest is still coming. So in the meanwhile, what shall we do? Antyakshari? Okay, I thought I would play a game with you. But since she's here, let's give it a minute or 2 minutes. If not, I have a way of entertaining you. She's come. Before she gets sets up, right? She's there.
Before I welcome Ms. Priya Pandit, I request our technical team to play the AV of her profile.
Ms. Priya Soni Pandit is a leading transformation as business process excellence lead at Novartis. She helps teams across organization in identifying opportunities of improvement and work closely with the teams in designing a new and better processes. Mapping of as-is and to-be processes in Adonis to create a process universe is also a part of responsibilities. This role involves stakeholder management, leading by influence and change management as key skills. Ms. Priya has a Master of Business Administration in Operations and World-Class Manufacturing from Symbiosis Center for Management Studies, and an Executive MBA from the Indian Institute of Management Ahmedabad. She is also a Lean Six Sigma Black Belt certified by KPMG India. Ms. Pundit loves to communicate and interact with people, and share her insights on topics such as women empowerment, operational excellence, project management, and career development. She has vast experience in serving Novartis as Associate Director, Business Process Excellence, and also served Apotex India as lead, Global Quality Trainings, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, Mylan Laboratories Limited, Syncom Healthcare, etc.
Now I cordially invite Ms. Priya Pandit, Associate Director, Novartis, for sharing your valuable experiences. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much for the amazing presentation. Thank you for the welcome. Hello, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's raining heavily in the town, isn't it? Heavy rains. Have you been experiencing it since morning? It got me a bit delayed here, but I'm very happy finally to be here with you. I won't be able to speak much unless I see the excitement in people. One, I'm pretty excited that the girls' side here, like the women's side, is much fuller compared to, the side. So can we have a round of applause for all the women out here? Thank you. Thank you so much. Lovely, lovely. Right. Thank you so much. So I'm Priya Pandit, as you have just seen, from the introduction here. Right. And the guys also, I recognize all the guys as well, right? Thank you so much, all of you, for being here, right? Nothing excites me more, than to be here in a hall full of young people with a lot of energies, young people with a lot of excitement, yeah, a lot of dreams in your eyes for the upcoming future. And that is why I'm very, very happy here to be with all of you, talking to you something about your future, your career, right? That's what I'm here for, right? Okay, so as you see, as a part of introduction, I'm a part of Novartis. Anybody here who knows about Novartis? Somebody? Novartis? No, you have not heard about it, right? It's not surprising, right? Novartis is an innovative medicine company, which means we make medicines for the diseases for which we don't have a medicine yet, right? So it's an innovative medicine company. It's not a generic medicine company. So very, very less of those medicines we see in India. We make medicines for very, very rare diseases, right? So that's about Novartis. And in Novartis, in India, I'm a part of GCC, right? Anybody knows what GCC is? Somebody? Try. What does the G stand for? GCC? Global Capability Center. Yeah. GCCs are the global capability centers, and India is increasingly becoming a hub of global capability centers, right? We have global capability centers of many renowned organizations in India, from McDonald's to Novartis to Wells Fargo to IT sector. We have become a hub for GCCs. And what GCCs essentially also do is develop a lot of capabilities for the entire organization, which means all of you over here as engineers have potential and scope to become a part of GCC one day, right? Oh, you students here, which year are you currently in? Is it first year, second year? Is it a mix? Final year, mix, first, second, third, fourth, all the years over here, right? So you can, definitely look into it, GCCs as one potential areas, and that is why I wanted to, discuss it with you about your career in GCCs, right? Just, yeah, give me a second. Perfect. No issues. Okay. So about the GCCs, coming back to GCCs, and so I told you there's a huge scope in GCCs for all of you to, have a brilliant career. Before going to GCC, now let us look at how the scenario in the industry in general is changing. The industry that I joined back 8.5 years back, right? I have 15 plus years of experience now. So the industry that I joined then is very different from the industry that we see today. What has changed? In 15 years, a lot has changed, right? The world that we are moving towards today is largely called as the VUCA world. Any idea what is VUCA? That's a very common term. No? You should know it now, right? Okay, so let me tell you about it. Next slide, please. All over, there is a huge demand and a dearth where we need to come up with a regulatory framework, and which keeps on changing, right? The next one, it's not working again, is the complexity, right? For the VUCA, the next thing is complexity. The world that we are living in essentially is very complex by nature. Are you all comfortable with English, all of you? Yeah. Are you comfortable with my pace? Yeah, perfect. Okay, VUCA, and the last one is ambiguous. So the ambiguity is largely increasing in the world and in the organizations where we are living, right? Things are again changing rapidly, And that is why also becoming a lot ambiguous by nature. There's a lot of complexity involved. It is not as simple as I get the task, I have to do it. You have to get involved in not as simple as, a single loop learning. You have to get involved in a double loop learning. Right? When we used to, we were studying, for the first time, engineers were coming out, a lot of engineers were coming out from India, and, we were getting into jobs. I guess single loop learning then made a lot of sense for us. It was just enough, right? But now what we need is a double loop learning. So what is a single loop and double loop learning? And you need to, train your minds to think that way. So a single loop learning is when you say to the AC, we have got automated ACs now, right? So say we are saying to the AC that the thermostat is set at 25 degrees Celsius, right? And the moment the room temperature starts going up, or the moment the room temperature starts going down, the temperature is getting regulated through the AC, and the AC starts and it is getting regulated at 25 again, right? That's how the thermostat works inside the AC, right? Now that is single loop learning. You get a trigger, you work on it, you give the results. Single loop learning. What is double loop learning? Double loop learning is when you think that is 25 degrees Celsius an optimum temperature? Or can I do something differently to set the temperature of the AC so as to optimize the use of electricity? So that's an example of double loop learning, where you're challenging whatever you have been doing conventionally in order to see what can you do differently today, right? So, and that's what largely is required. Since you're all learners here, you're still learning, right? This is the time you just do not learn the concepts, but also understand the phenomenon behind them, and then also challenge, can it be done differently? Whatever I have been taught today, whatever I've been reading today, learning today, can it be done differently? Can I challenge that? And that's where your, double loop learning will start, right? You all have, great potential to develop it today, right? So that's about the VUCA world. So I just mentioned that the world is changing. Now, when the world is changing, do we just sit idle and see the world changing? What will happen in that case? What do we do when the world is changing? Technology is changing, but what will you do about it? Sorry? Exactly. You have to change your mindset. You have to change the way you have been doing things traditionally, right? The world is changing. You have to change yourself to adapt, right? It's very simple. Either adapt or perish. Right? I shouldn't be saying it, but then it is as complicated as it is, right? It's just not very easy, and you have to have skills. So since the world is changing, there are new skills that you will need to learn as well. What are some of those skills? AI and automation. So the organization where I come from and the part of the organization where I work, which is the Global Capability Center, we do a lot about AI and automation. And we try to figure out what can automation do to simplify my work today. You have seen in the introduction, I come from business process excellence. We involve automation at any part of the process where we can. We are mapping the processes across the organization, and then we are trying to see at which step can I automate? At which step can I reduce the manual intervention, right? So automation and AI definitely is a skill to learn. Right? And these are some things, make a mental note of it if you're not having a pen and paper. I personally am a fan of pen and paper. I just make notes when, it is something important, but these are the skills that you must have, right? So it's about the AI and automation. The second is SaaS and cloud computing. What is SaaS? Very good. Software as service, right? So we are engineers here, and I can, see it, make it out from that, right? Software as service and also cloud computing, right? More and more organizations are moving towards cloud computing. We have a lot of data these days, right? And so SaaS and cloud computing is something that should definitely be developed as a skill. Now, these two are the technical skills. Then comes the third technical skills, which is the data analytics. The world is so full of data these days. There's a data deluge. You don't know what has to be done with the data, right? And the companies have invested huge amounts of money to get that data. It's not easy to collect the data. right? The organizations like say Amazon, it has invested so much to get data. We know Alexa, right? Many of us know Alexa. Yeah. Alexa does things for us, right? Alexa was originally designed to collect data about the customer behaviors, originally designed to learn and understand what the customer wants, and then suggest in Amazon app what we're thinking about. So that was the original purpose, right? So they collected a lot of data, but today they are not really able to, make enough insights out of that data. So now they are planning to make Alexa subscription based application, right? So they'll start from US is the plan, and maybe it will come to India someday. But the idea here is we have a lot of data. We definitely need more people who have the capability to draw out insights from the data. Otherwise, the data is useless, right? And the companies are, also not having a lot of profit out of it. In fact, they're making losses because of the huge amount of money invested in collecting data, in holding data. So we really, really need capabilities, capable people who are able to draw out right insights from the data. So that's about the data. The next one is the soft skills. So all three that you saw written above were technical skills, more or less. What about the soft skills? Technical skills, I still say, is easy to learn. Soft skills are difficult part of it. What are some of the soft skills? Some of the soft skills. Communication. What else? Communication, project management, stakeholder management. These are some of the soft skills that you definitely need to acquire, right? Again, this is the time you can acquire them, right? I'll give you a very simple example. So I was in college and I was learning all technical stuff that I used to learn, that any was taught to me. I did B Pharm, M Pharm, so I would come out from as a pharma graduate, right? So I did a lot of learning. Whatever theoretical pharmacy I was supposed to learn, I've learned. But along with that, I kept doing a lot of side gigs. That's how I always was, right? So I kept doing a lot of side gigs. I did event management, I did anchoring, I did associating with people on various team activities. I was a part of, the sports committee of the team, so on and so forth, right? And today I can say, looking back at the entire career, more than whatever I've learned in pharmacy, I think those soft skills have really helped me, move ahead. Yeah, so I think developing those soft skills is something that I definitely would, recommend. And the last is upskilling and continuous learning. So you're all learners here already. You're a part of, an engineering program, already getting a lot of learning. And the reason I mentioned it as a skill is because upskilling and learning is more important than any time ever today, right? Because again, the scenario is changing, the industry is changing. If you don't upskill yourself continuously, it's again difficult. So upskilling and continuous learning is something, you should never be satisfied with, I know this. Especially in engineering, the scenarios are changing very, very rapidly, right? And they are actually disrupting the entire world, right? So it is very, very important for you to, keep a tap on what is changing in the technology. How do I learn that? How do I adapt myself to the changing technology, right? If you don't, learn it early enough, then there is a problem, right? There's a lot of talk around AI taking the jobs of people. We have all heard that, right? Because you're all pursuing that, you'll be pursuing that as a career. We have all heard about that, AI taking the jobs of people. It might be taking your, in some areas, but what essentially is happening is people need more, people who can do AI for them, right? Today, people who understand AI and who can, who can develop AI for their organization are more in demand than any other time, right? So AI, which could have actually helped people, which could have actually led people out of jobs, has helped more and more people get jobs. In fact, get jobs at a very, very high packages. AI is in demand everywhere, right? So that's like, what can you make out of the changing scenario? Now let us also very quickly look at, so we have looked at how the industry is changing. Very quick talk about what are the skills that you should be having to adapt to those changes in the industry. But not just the industry. The recruitment process itself is also going through an evolution. Why? Because the people that we are recruiting today are Gen Zs. Are you all Gen Zs? Any other generation that we have here? Yeah, even younger ones, right? Right. So the way youngsters today look at job is very different than what people used to look at earlier. And because of that, the recruitment process itself is also evolving. So, being a part of, being that side of the table of the recruitment, somebody who, makes the decision on the recruitments, we are also adapting ourselves to recruit the right people, right? So one is enhanced candidate experience. So it's not as simple as interviewing the candidates now. Yeah, you come and interview the candidates and see if they're working, if they are right for you or not. We actually work for an enhanced candidate experience, which means we connect with the candidates even earlier than the interview. We tell them what our organization is, what our values are, what are we looking up to, what can you look up to when you join the organization, right? When you have the right skills, you will also have a power to choose. Today, youngsters want to choose the organization they want to work for. They just don't want one job in hand, right? They are very choosy about the job as well, right? So this is how the recruitment is evolving as well. Skills, skills-based hiring, right? Shift to skill-based hiring. What is that? So you have heard about hackathons, right? Hackathons happen, all those, the virtual events are happening. Why? To see that how much skills you have got. It's not a degree anymore, not just a degree anymore. You have an engineering degree, that's not enough. You are supposed to have the skills. And that is why the skills that we talked about on the second slide, I wanted to take that before this, because that's what the recruitments want today, the right kind of skills. And they assess you for the skills. The degree is no more that important as the skills. And you'll see that people, coming out from very, very, regular colleges also making a lot of money. They're doing their own businesses, with the use of AI and the new age technology that they have learned. And the sources of learning today are countless. Next is talent pool and communities, right? So companies also work towards develop the talent pool and communities. And also you as students should see the talent pools and the communities for your, for your stream of engineering or whichever career aspiration you have. Where do you belong? Which community can you join, right? So that will really help you. Yeah, this is a lot about networking. We understood the importance of networking sometime, 5 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years down the line. Oh, networking is important. But for today, networking is important right from the days of college. Get in touch with the right people, get in touch in the, in the right communities, right? And the next one is virtual and hybrid recruitment events. We don't hear a lot about job fairs, but job fairs are still happening. They're happening virtually. So we have a lot of virtual and hybrid recruitment events these days. And that's how, the recruitment is changing as well, right? It's changing from what it used to be traditionally, right? So we talked about the changing industry. We talked about the upskilling, the skills that you need for this changing industry. We talked about the changes in recruitment process, and a very quick kind of, a bonus thing, a bonus slide about how do you prepare yourself for the interviews, right? Very quick, few powerful pointers is what I'll be discussing and sharing with you, right? One is the JD versus the resume. What is JD? What is JD? Good, job description, right? And how do we make a JD? We make the job description by looking at the person who is doing that job the best. So we look at the person, we observe what he is doing, and then as per that, the JD is made. When you will be sitting through the interviews, you will get to know what the JD is. Look out for the JDs of that profile and see that your resume matches to the JD. Right? You would have seen all that, in the social media also, there's a lot of talk about it, but it's actually powerful because these days the companies are also using technology to, shortlist your CV. They see how much percentage of your CV is matching with JD that they have given. That is why it is important to showcase your skills and to write that, your resume matching with what the job requirement is. Now, that doesn't mean you write what you don't know, but that does mean you understand what the company really needs and then try to, kind of align it with the job description. The next is 29.2-second game. What is that? 29.2-second game. So the entire game of recruitment is 29.2-second game. 99% of the time, the decision of whether or not the recruiter wants to recruit you is taken within the first 29.2 seconds. What happens the remaining of the time? In the remaining 1 hour, the recruiter is trying to, satisfy his own decision, whether I took the right decision or not, right? Which means your first appearance, how you, greet the interviewer, how you, present yourself the very first time to the recruiter is very important, right? Remember that 29.2% whenever you're there to attend any of the interview, right? That's when the decision is being made. In 29.2 seconds, they're not even asking about your technical, stuff. They're not asking about your aspirations. They are just taking the decision based on the biases that they have. Everybody has bias. We all have biases. Recruiters have them too, right? And the next one is grit, or be a part of the be a partner in company's growth, right? So you should, to a question on why you want to join the organization, what should be the answer looking like? If I ask you, why do you want to join the organization? I have come across a candidate to whom I asked, why do you want to join the organization? And he told me, because mama told me. Naturally, that candidate did not get through. But that's not an answer that, a recruiter will ever expect, right? You need to show your grit for why this organization. How do you align with the values of this organization, right? You need to give that confidence to the recruiter. And the last one is do your homework well. Whatever interview you will be attending in future, whichever company you want to, go into, do your homework well. Most of the important information that you should be having about the recruiting organization is already there in the public domains. That's not private, right? Even if you want to know about, how is it doing on the stock market, even that is available in the public domain, right? Look at that. Look at the Google. If you look at how the stocks have grown, do that homework, right? That gives you the confidence that the company is a very, very developing companies. It will develop. Look at the 5-year, 10-year trend. How has Google come up? Look at the share, how they have increased the value of their share and stakeholders, shareholders, right? So look at all those information, not just about the stocks, right? Do your homework very well before you go for attending any of the recruitment event, any of the interviews, right? So yeah, those are like my final words. With that, I rest my case. A very quick one, and if whatever I have learned so far from my experience, whatever I know by being on the other side of the table when it comes to recruitment, I've just shared with you, right? I'm up for any questions if you have any. No. No questions means it is all either very clear or you understood nothing. Sorry. Yeah, so where the GCC that I'm talking about, we have 12,000 plus employees in that, and then 1,200 plus of those are engineers, right? And then what are they working on, right? Right, so these engineers usually work on AI and automation, right? So they are not designing software inside the company. We take help from the third-party software provider. It can be, it can be whatever third party, we are, aligning with, or, taking services from. But they are basically a liaison between what the engineering and automation requirements of the company are and from where can I get it. The reason they exist is because they understand our business better than any third party service provider, right? So they have insights of our business, and that's why they can be a better liaison between us and the third party. And so that's what majorly they do, and also looking for, opportunities of automation. No more questions from the student. I need at least a few questions from the student, no?
How many freshers were recruited, madam, from engineering?
So in the current recruitment drive, right? So it is around 50% were engineers because we have got an entire floor dedicated 2 engineers out of the 8 floors that we have. So you can, make it out. More than 10% of what we have in the GCCs are engineers, right? And there are many such GCCs coming up.
This also has production of medicines.
Yeah, we do production of we do manufacturing, but most of the manufacturing facilities are like outside India. We don't have it in India anymore. So most of them are like in Europe, US, and Singapore. We have it in Singapore. We don't have any in India now. Yes? Anyone? Did you get to know anything from the session today? Yes, no. Yeah, I know I'm the only person between you and the session break. The entire day you have been listening, right? But did you gain anything from the session today? Yes, no, maybe? Yes. Was it a bit helpful? Yes, no, maybe? Perfect. I mean, yeah, I hear a few yeses. Yeah, so that's all about it, right? And I would, like to stay connected with all of you. This is just a quick glimpse of what I could offer in the limited time. In case you have more questions, I'll be more than happy to support you with your questions and any kind of, mentorship or support that I can offer. So yeah, that's about it. Anything, anybody else? Perfect. Then thank you so much, all of you. You were wonderful listeners. I could see you were engaged when we were talking, and thank you so much, especially this section and to the entire institute. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Priya Pandit, for your prospects on recruitment process. Thank you. Now, it's time to felicitate our guest of the summit on skilling and hiring. I'm glad to invite Mr. Dhaval Doshi from JP Morgan Chase. I request the principal, sir, director, sir, to join the felicitation. I request Mr. Bharat Kumar and Mr. Surendra Bhupati from Finzly. I invite Mr. Lakshmi Reddy from Salesforce. I invite Mr. Bharat Tumuluri from Politics. I invite Ms. Priya Pandit, Associate Director, Novartis. I invite Mr. I invite Mr. Shiv Prasad, Chief Technology Officer, CTO, Henotics Technology. So, thank you, sir. I am delighted to propose vote of thanks on behalf of Danekla Institute of Engineering and Technology. I thank Chairman Sir for letting a free hand to organize the summit. I also thank Director Sir, Secretary Sir, Principal Sir, and all the speakers, all the HODs, my dear colleagues and dear students. I especially thank Henotic team without whom the summit is not possible. I also thank Kankadurga ma'am for the technical support. I also thank administrative team, office team, transport team for making this event a grand success. Thank you all.